Yeah.
He's having trouble walking, he says.
This was from number 4.
Oh, okay. Good morning, good morning. I'm assuming Mike Schaefer, Member Schaefer could hear us? I could see you, but I can't hear you.
Yeah. You need to.
Okay.
Oh, here, now I hear him.
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you now.
Thank you. Okay, checking in.
Just checking in. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Good morning. I think we're ready to call this meeting to order. If Ms. Cicchetti would please call the roll.
Good morning, everyone. Ready to call the roll. Chairman Vasquez,
Present.
Vice Chair Lieber. Here. Member Gaines,
Here.
Member Schaefer,
Here?
Deputy Controller Emron.
Here.
A quorum is present. The board meeting is called to order. With that, we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If I can get you to please stand, those that can. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the
republic
which
which is
one
one
nation
nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we open this meeting, I'd like to note two important observances happening this month, and then I'll turn to my colleagues because I believe they also have some others to opening remarks. First, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which is an annual international health campaign organized by major breast cancer charities every October to increase awareness of the disease and to raise funds for research into its cause, prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and cure. The two most common risk factors of breast cancer are being born female and getting older. 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in her lifetime. While male breast cancer is rare, about 1 in 833 men will develop breast cancer in their lifetime. Some of the things that are recommended to do that can reduce the risk of breast cancer are knowing your family history in regards to breast cancer, have a mammogram done as recommended by the healthcare providers, maintain healthy weight, limit your alcohol intake, and exercise regularly. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the inequities in breast cancer treatments for under-resourced communities across the country, as well as the inequity in treatment between black and white women. Black women in the U.S. are about 40% more likely to die from breast cancer than white women. More progress is still needed. Through research, growing knowledge about breast cancer brings hope and has led to new therapies and targeted treatments that have improved outcomes for people facing the disease.
How do I move?
The second issue that I wanted to bring to people's attention this month, it's also LGBTQ plus History Month. It's an annual month-long observance of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender history and the history of gay rights and related civil rights movements. When you think about LGBTQ plus community, the first month that comes to mind is probably June, Pride Month. But October also marks LGBTQ plus History Month and Coming Out Day. It was founded in 1994 by Missouri high school history teacher Rodney Wilson, who believed a month should be dedicated to the celebration and teaching of gay and lesbian history, and they gathered other teachers and community leaders. They selected October because public schools are in session, and existing traditions such as Coming Out Day, October 11th, occurred that month. LGBTQ plus History Month has garnered more attention in the United States over the years, and in 2012 was first officially celebrated in 2 American school districts in Broward County in Florida and Los Angeles, California. Anywhere LGBTQ plus History Month is celebrated, the purpose is encouraged. Learning and encourage honesty and openness about being LGBTQ. With that, let me just open it up to members if they have any, and I believe my deputy controller has something.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning to everyone, and good morning to those viewing online. On behalf of the controller, I did want to take a moment to recognize October as National Bullying Prevention Month, and myself as a former school teacher, somebody with a funny name and a big nose, it's something that I care deeply about too. Now, bullying isn't an issue that we see on the news every day, yet it touches the lives of young people every single day. So in October, I recognize what is a growing movement led by young people themselves to put a complete stop to bullying, whether it's at school or online. We must dispel the myth that bullying is harmless rite of passage or an inevitable part of growing up in California, because it's not. Bullying can have destructive consequences, and because it's something that we see around, we normalize it. We turn a blind eye to the problem, the saying that kids will be kids. So we overlook the damage that bullying can do, especially to our young students who are harassed constantly on a day-to-day, on a week-to-week basis. The data shows 1 in 5 students reported bullying during the school year. Millions of students who have said they were pushed or shoved or tripped or spit on or spoken to in a derogatory manner. It has a devastating impact on our kids that are seen as outcasts, whether it's because of the color of your skin, the clothes you wear, the disabilities you have, or your sexual orientation. Bullying has shown to lead to absences and poor academic performance, mental health and physical concerns that lead to self-esteem, depression, isolation, physical complaints, more likely to abuse drugs and alcohol. That alone should give us pause, because no child should be afraid to go to school in this state. And in this day and age, bullying doesn't end at the school bell. It follows our children from the classroom to their cell phones and their computer screens. We hear the heartbreaking tragedies of a young person who felt they had nowhere to turn, no escape, who endured so much harassment and ridicule that they ultimately took their own lives. A beautiful life filled with so much promise, a life that was only really beginning, cut short to something that was so preventable. No child should feel that alone. We have to make sure that young people know if they are in constant duress, there are adults that care about them, that love them, that there are outlets that they can reach out to. We also have to make sure we're doing everything we can so no child is put in this position in the first place. So as teachers and students and parents and one entire community, we can take steps to help prevent bullying and create an inclusive environment in our schools where our children feel safe. To teach our young people the #1 rule in life: we should treat others the way we want to be treated. The fact is, sometimes our kids are going to make mistakes. There will be bumps on the road. That's a part of growing up, and it's our job to be there for them, to guide them, and ensure they grow up in an environment that encourages their talents, potential, intelligence, and also their sense of empathy and kindness for one another. Together, we can end bullying once and for all. And then, Chairman, I also wanted to bring something that was very tragic and near and dear to my heart. A powerful 6.3 magnitude earthquake struck western Afghanistan in the past several weeks, followed by 4 more strong quakes and several aftershocks that has killed over 2,500 people and flattened entire villages and hospitals and schools. In one of the most destructive quakes in the country's recent history, there's a story of a mother, Fatima, who lost all 7 of her children in the earthquake, and I'm saddened to hear that more than 90% of those killed were women and children. Afghanistan is now facing an escalating humanitarian crisis following on top of 40 years of war and a collapsed economy. I want to continue to bring awareness to a dire situation and ask everyone to please keep the people of Afghanistan in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Member Gaines, I believe, has something.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to take this opportunity to recognize the Sacramento Observer, local newspaper here in Sacramento, and they're celebrating their 60th anniversary. The Observer is Sacramento's African-American newspaper dedicated to being a voice for the nearly 150,000 African-Americans in the region. The Observer has won many awards during its 6 decades and has a proud legacy of excellence. It has been a pillar of the Black community, participating in and sponsoring countless events in the area, including the annual Sacramento Black Expo. The Sacramento area is enriched by the Observer, and I want to wish it a very happy 60th birthday. Thank you.
Chair, I had a comment.
Oh, Member Schaefer, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to celebrate a couple of congressional birthdays today. Today's the 75th birthday of Kwasi Mfume, who was longtime president of the NAACP, and he's now in his return to office as a member of the U.S. Congress for Baltimore, where he was my congressman back when I had a hotel business there 20, 30 years ago, and he's doing great in the Congress today. Also, my former constituent in Palm Springs, Mary Bono, the widow of Sonny Bono, the famous singer and rock star, it's her birthday today, too. She's retired living in Colorado, but we all remember her in District 4, and just wanted to bring these two people to our attention today. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lieber, I believe, has something also.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll start by saying it's good to see Mr. Schaefer, even if it's only digitally, here in our chambers. You know, the points that have been brought up by my fellow members are very well taken in terms of the things that we're keeping in mind this month, and it's, I think, been a very affecting couple of weeks lately with all the occurrences in World Matters, and how it maps to our work here at the BOE is that I'm always very mindful that we often have contact with taxpayers when they're in a very difficult point in their lives, and I'm so thankful that we have excellent staff to provide top-notch services to people when they are in need. And we are so lucky in this country, and in particular in California, to have the transparency and the dependability of government that we have. I think we should never take that for granted, because when events are going badly and people are affected by either human-made disasters or natural disasters, it really is such an impactful thing to not have that clarity and that assurance there. So I know that everyone here is very mindful of everything that's taken place over the last couple of weeks, and my heart, and I know that the hearts of all my constituents go out to those who are affected. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call the first order of business.
All righty, thank you. Our first order of business is our informational announcement. This meeting is being live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE YouTube channel. We ask that all speakers please state your name first before you begin speaking for the record. We ask that you speak clearly and slowly into the microphone. First, I would like to remind everyone in the audience to silence your cell phones and any other wireless devices. Public comment is taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment on matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line before the beginning of your agenda item you wish to comment on. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. This concludes the informational announcement.
Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call our first item.
Great. The first item on today's agenda is public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the State Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this agenda item. Please note that the board cannot take action on these items since they're not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. When giving your public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. I was going to say, we do not have anyone in the audience who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter. And I do not have anything submitted in writing. So we're going to go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a public comment at this time, you may press 1, then 0. And there's currently no one queuing up at this time.
All righty, thank you, moderator.
With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call our first item.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is item 2, board member matters and initiatives, key issues and recommendations from the 2023 annual meeting of the board and county assessors. Discussion and possible action on the key issues and recommendations from the annual meeting of the board and county assessors and from the respective equalization district meetings thereafter. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, since I have only one assessor in my district, I took the liberty of listing in my memo to you the key issues and recommendations discussed with the assessors during our annual meeting. I know that you will have more to add from your individual discussions with your assessors. It was clear that 2 critical issues to the assessors now and in 2024 are possessory interest challenges, especially regarding JPAs and affordable housing, regarding assessment appeals training for AABs and county boards of supervisors serving as local boards of equalization and clerks and county councils who advise them. Number 1, regarding possessory interest, Assessor Parrish recommended developing a clear definition of moderate income, and Assessor Marks emphasized the need for greater communication between JPAs and assessors so that each uniquely structured JPA can fully understand the property tax rules and receive the appropriate guidance. Number 2, regarding assessment appeals challenges, all 8 assessors urged the board, assessors, and county clerks work together to encourage or provide some type of mandatory assessment appeals training for boards of supervisors so that there is equity among the counties. I think it was Assessor Marks who said that. BOE has wonderful resources and is well situated as an independent party to help advance education, delivering revenue and tax code information at the fingertips of all assessment appeal boards and county boards. Members should be something that we would want to in every county so that we don't put in jeopardy tax dollars because of uneducated decisions. At the conclusion of our meeting, 1, I propose working with legislators to make assessment appeals training uniform throughout the state. And Vice Chair Lieber proposed, number 1, working with CAA to determine what current training is available in each of the 58 counties, and 2, to developing a survey tool to send to the county assessors to determine the current training needs and pressure points. I am hoping today that we can hear your report outs and put our proposals into a formal motion so that we have some definite strategies to move forward to staff and to bring back to the future meetings. But I first want to put our 2 proposals into motion so that we have these 2 as a minimum. Motion 1, move that the board work with legislators to make assessment appeals training uniform throughout the state. And the second one, that the board and ed work and the ED work with CAA to determine what current training is available in each of the 58 counties and develop a survey tool to send to the county assessors to determine the current training needs and pressure points. With that, let me turn to my Vice Chair Lieber to state correctly, to see if I stated this correctly, especially her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to clarify that in my previous comments, I'm very hopeful that we'll work with CAA, but CAA will be the ones developing the survey tool so that it's something that is appropriate for their members, and that they really take the lead in doing that.
Thank you. Members, are there any other comments or questions or even reports out that, it looks like Member Gaines, you might have
Well,
some?
I'm not sure, is this the right time to talk about our assessor breakout session?
Yes.
Okay, good. I do have a few comments here. Thank you. Our breakout session was focused heavily on assessment appeal boards. One area noted repeatedly was the need for the Assessment Appeals Board to have specialized training to handle complex cases. We discussed whether it was even possible for assessees to receive a fair appeal if the board members didn't have the depth of knowledge needed to fully understand the cases that were brought before them. Several of my assessors gave examples of difficult cases where the board probably didn't possess adequate understanding of the complexities of the case. This is an issue that needs addressing if the counties are going to fulfill their charge to their appellants. This is particularly challenging in some of the smaller counties where the pool of potential appeal board members are smaller, and it's often the county supervisors who serve as the appeals board. We also discussed some Prop 19 implementation, and my smaller counties are worried about the pace of the implementation and the lack of funding that may develop to offset the costs that they are absorbing as Prop 19 base year transfer destinations. A lot of them just don't believe the money's ever going to come. It's a real problem. Lastly, we did something fun, and we just asked, how are you improving the environment in your office? And heard a lot of good feedback about how they're trying to develop a team environment, both between management and the rank and file employees, and keep it inspiring and informative so that they're always have an opportunity to move up. I think we've done a good job of this at the BOE. I want to recognize our executive director and also Lisa Renati in terms of what she's done with filling a lot of the open positions that we have, because we believe in, we have a philosophy of hiring within, but we're also bringing in outside talent, which I think always brings new ideas and innovation to the BOE. And so all in all, it was a great meeting. And we had I've got a lot of great assessors in my district, from very small to medium and large. So it's really fun when they get together and they collaborate on ideas that will help their offices. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Vice Chair Lieber, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought it was a very productive meeting and a very productive day with the assessors. I had a good geographic range of assessors who were able to make it, and I know that many of our members are going to the Assessors Association conference as well to get more information in. And I too heard a lot about the diversity of the ways that the counties approach this. In particular, I think it's just over a quarter of the counties in our state using their Board of Supervisors as their Board of Equalization and doing their assessment appeals. And so needing to make sure that as we move into development of potential solutions, that we recognize the dynamics with those elected officials and who have been doing their jobs for, in many cases, quite a long time and have a lot of knowledge about their counties. And I also heard a lot about the improvements that the individual assessors have made post the initial phase of COVID, and how to make their offices really useful for taxpayers, including putting toys in the waiting area so that as families come in, that they're able to have something to be engaging there. And I think if anything, the overall note that I heard from them was, please work closely with CAA so that we can make sure that there aren't unintended consequences or undue misunderstandings. And so I think it's fortuitous that the CAA conference is coming up, and that we'll have the opportunity to get even more information from our folks who are out there in the counties. So thank you.
Member Schaefer, do you have anything to report out with your group? I think you're muted.
Yeah, I have to put an arrow on the mic to do it. I enjoyed the meeting very much, and the luncheon that we put on for the assessors, it's one of the highlights of the year, and I'm glad to hear from each of my members what they took in from it, because it helps me do a better job. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, it sounds like there's a consensus, especially listening to my vice chair, in terms of possibly moving forward with having the board with the executive director and CAA to determine what current training is available at the 58 different counties, and to develop some kind of a survey tool to send to the county assessors to determine the current training needs and, I guess, the pressure points at this point. Is that what I'm hearing from my vice chair? I'm getting a nod. And I see my executive director coming up.
Good morning, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Notwithstanding that we don't have a second yet, I just need clarification about current training needs at the county level for county assessors and their staff, or for county council and AAB board members.
We go ahead.
Thank you. I think what we were talking about, and other members can add on to this, that was primarily focused on the county assessors, AAB members, and potentially the county boards of soups, and the 26% or so of the counties that use that methodology.
Developing a survey tool to send to county assessors, AAB members, county boards of supervisors to determine their current training needs and pressure points, with CAA taking the lead on that.
Yes, and to my mind, the survey tool would be going to the assessors and not the AAB members, because that could be a lot of individuals throughout California, especially in some of the counties. But really, as our first pass at it, getting as much knowledge as we possibly can from the assessors.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. And it sounds like, I moved it, and it sounds like my vice chair seconded, just for the record. And Member Gaines, you have a question, or good? You're good?
Yeah, did you second it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right.
And with that, I guess we need to check if there's anybody on the
Yes,
line.
let me just restate the motion for the record to make sure that I'm correct. The motion is to move that the board work group work with the legislators to make assessment appeals training uniform throughout the state, and that the board and the executive director work with the county assessors and
With a
the
CAA.
CAA and the county board soups to determine that the current training is available in each of the 58 counties, and to develop a survey tool to send to the county assessor to determine the current training needs and pressure points.
I think Vice Chair had it. Let me, go ahead.
I think the basket of stuff
Yeah,
came
kind
from
of.
me, so I'll take a pass at simplifying it. That the motion would be that we ask the executive director to work with CAA to develop a tool to research the assessor's view on what training is currently provided or what is needed as a first pass. And then I think that once we get that information, if we could, and I won't put this into the motion currently at this time, once we get that information, we can continue to do some research about what's going on in the legislature and what the ideas and appetite that are out there currently is.
Yes, and so we're going to need to, so you have a new motion on the table.
Or an amendment of the prior motion.
Well, basically an amendment, yeah.
A
Yeah.
friendly amendment?
Yes.
Yeah.
You all in agreement? Right.
Okay, so we're going to repeat the motion here again. We're going to try again. That we ask the executive director to work with CAA to develop a tool to research the assessor's view on what training is currently provided or what is needed.
For county council and AAB members.
For county council and AAB
In
members.
AABs.
I think we're dealing with county council in a separate agenda item, so I was thinking that this was just for the AAB members and assessors and boards of supervisors that are used.
Welcome. We're going to get some clarification here.
Good morning, Julia Himovitz on behalf of the legal department. So, to step back, I believe there was a two-part motion made by the chair. So there was item 1 of that motion, and then Ms. Lieber has amended a friendly amendment to the second part of that motion. My recommendation to make it clear would be for the chair to do the first part of the motion, read that back into the record, maybe take that as a vote separately, and then do Member Lieber's motion separately, or however you want to restate that part. But you do have a two-part motion, so we need to make sure that we're reading the entire motion that we are voting on into the record. Does that work for you?
Now, is it possible for me to just amend it to consolidate the two?
Absolutely.
Okay.
However you want to make it clear. I just want to make sure that,
What's less confusing, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at.
I guess it depends on the person, but I think it's fine for you to restate the entire motion, making sure that you're capturing both of your thoughts, so long as we have a second on the record, and then we can take a vote. Does that work?
Sure. You want me to give it a stab, or you got something?
Sure.
Well, let me try this, and then you tell me if I'm capturing
two.
your piece of it. So let me go back to my original motion. I'll just make it a dual instead of just two separate ones, which would be to move that the board work with the legislators to make assessment appeals training uniform throughout the state, and that the board and the executive director work with CAA to determine what current training is available in each of the 58 counties and develop a survey tool to send to the county assessors to determine the current training needs and pressure points. How's that?
Okay, so that's accurate for your original motion, but I think,
No, that's, I'm asking, does that encompass your points, or do you want to amend this a little bit?
That does encompass my points, I think that we should get that information from the assessors first before we go to legislators to offer them up so that we don't get crosswise with our assessors. And as long as that's the understanding with it, I'm good with that.
I'm good. Is it, now let me ask the legal, is that appropriate or should we keep it separate?
So, I'm hearing conflicting thoughts within the motion, and so that was perhaps why I recommended splitting it. But it's your motion, and you're welcome to shape it as you need. But I think the amendment was to remove that piece where you ask there to be a tool to take out and provide that tool. I think what Vice Chair Lieber is trying to suggest is that we find out what's needed before you move forward with that. So, and I don't mean to speak for the Vice Chair, but it sounds like she was wanting to remove a piece of that original motion.
Can I weigh in?
Go ahead, Member
If you
Gaines.
could just reverse the order.
I was just thinking either reverse
In the
or just
motion.
hold off on the first part, which is easy, what makes more sense, I guess.
So, going off of what Vice Chair Lieber was suggesting, it sounds like you want to explore what's needed prior to the other steps. And so maybe just doing the first sentence of your second part of the motion, I think captures what the Vice Chair was suggesting. Is that correct?
I think, if we have an understanding that, and I think it's now being conveyed publicly, that we're going to surface the solutions
First.
from the assessors first. And that doesn't preclude us going and looking at, whoever has done research, including state agencies or JLAC or whoever has done research on the issue. But then once we do those preliminary steps, then we could start having conversations with legislators. And that would prevent us from getting crosswise with assessors.
Is that clear?
So my understanding is that you want to explore the options prior to requesting the tools moving forward. So that does change your original motion, and so you as a board should restate the motion.
So I'm going to go ahead and just drop the first part of it. And what if I just open up then, let's make the motion now that it be that the board and the executive director work with CAA to determine what current training is available in each of the 58 counties and to develop a survey tool to send to the county assessors to determine the current training needs and pressure points. And leave it at that.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So we have a motion and we have a second. So Mary, if you want to restate the motion, then we can go to public comment.
Perfect. The motion that's on the table is that the board and the executive director work with CAA to determine what current training is available in each of the 58 counties and develop a survey tool to send to the county assessors to determine the current training needs and pressure points. All righty. I do not have anyone in the audience who wanted to make a public comment. I do not believe I have anything I do not have anything in writing on this item, so we are going to go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a public comment for this item, you may press 1, then 0 at this time. And there is currently no one queuing up at this time, madam.
Thank you. All righty, and just for the record, I'm going to clarify that Mr. Vasquez moved the motion and Ms. Lieber seconded it. I'm going to take roll at this time. Chairman Vasquez,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye?
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
and Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, is there any other item that, from what came out of your breakouts that we might want to consider a motion with? We're good? Good. Seeing none with Member Shivers, I think we're good. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would take our next item.
Okay. Item 3, board member matters and initiatives, workforce planning, board work group minutes and report for board discussion and approval. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, at our September 26th meeting, we adopted a motion to approve the August 29, 23 workforce planning work group minutes and report, and a motion instructing the executive director, one, to work with Angela Germont, chief of the Bureau of Real Estate Appraisers, on whether their appraisers applicants could obtain work experience in assessors' offices to meet their license requirements. And two, to welcome the offer of Dr. Jim Lancaster, Vice Chancellor of the LA Community College District, to request a regional labor market analysis for the LA region to the Centers for Excellence for Labor Market Research. In reviewing the transcripts of the August 29th work group hearing and the September 26th board meeting, I realized that many valuable recommendations and ideas were left on the table, including some listed by the work group minutes and reports. To ensure that we thoroughly consider and process the key information and advice received both from leading educators and assessors, I am preparing a syllabus of workforce recommendations and suggestions from both the July and the August workforce work groups and from the annual board assessors meeting from the individual assessors thereafter and from the executive director. Once the syllabus is circulated, I would like your input so we can focus on the interest of the assessors in the districts regarding the items in this syllabus. Also, at our November meeting, we need to consider which recommendations are consistent with the strategy on our 2020 comprehensive outline, as well as the current needs of the assessors. Based on the testimony received in the last few months, the types of concerns and the number of suggestions voiced, we co-chair Member Gaines and I believe that we should take this holistic rather than piecemeal approach to ensure that we are aligned with our strategy or identify where our strategy needs to be updated. The 4 strategy elements in the comprehensive outline are found in the memo I sent to you. And we will also resend the link to the comprehensive outline in the syllabus. With that, let me turn to Member Gaines to provide any comments or suggestions on this as well.
No, I'm in agreement.
You're good?
Yeah, thank you.
Any comments or suggestions from any of the other members? Seeing no hands?
Chair?
Yes, Executive Director, come on up.
Get some steps in today. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. I just wanted to comment that I do look forward to the syllabus of suggestions that the work group will be producing. And just as you know, members, the agency has made great strides on our workforce planning, as evidenced in the workforce report that we produced and presented at the July 24th work group. And I do believe I sent you a copy of the report, but I will send you another copy to you and your deputies. And again, I look forward to looking to the new ideas to moving forward with the workforce. And I do want to note that some of the items that's outlined from the 2020 suggestions and in your memo may not be within our purview. One that really stands out is this compensation issue between the state and the counties. 2 separate entities. Our compensation is controlled by CalHR and labor, and counties compensation is controlled by their Board of Supervisors. So there's not, I understand that pay is always an issue, but there's not much that we as a board can do. So I just want to have reasonable expectations. Those were my brief comments.
Thank you. With that, members, if there's, member, Vice Chair Lieber, yes.
So the gist of the item today is just that we'll receive the syllabus and discuss it in November. So that's our opportunity to bring our comments or for
Ideas, thoughts, whatever, changes.
individuals. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, at this point, it's pretty much just an informational item, but I wanted to get it out there and give you kind of a heads up that if you have the opportunity to take a look at it, and if there's something that's missing, or you have suggestions or comments or changes, you'll have an opportunity to do that.
Just a
Member
question
Gaines.
of clarification that Executive Director Stowers brought up in terms of compensation and classification plan. You think we need to modify number 2 in terms of how it's expressed?
We probably should.
I think that's something that your work group could kind of modify it a little differently.
Yeah.
And I'd be willing to provide some suggestions. I don't want to say it just right here because I don't have prepared remarks on that.
We just put it out there so
Yeah.
we have time to bring it back,
Right.
and
So,
we can fine tune that.
So we don't have to include state compensation, but we could do a survey of county assessors and what their pay scales are and look for recommendations in terms of, we could bring in Cal HR and,
I would like to work with you guys because we do a survey already
Okay.
on the salaries for county assessors and their staff. And it's actually published on an annual basis. So I think on that, we need to probably flush it out more so that the public is aware of it and the work group is aware of it. And then based on that survey, it wouldn't go to Cal HR because Cal HR is state.
you're right.
It would be
Yeah,
back
okay.
at the local level. So
That's
my
correct.
suggestion is just let us work together on this one and give the best language and knowing what we can do and what the counties could do.
So it's really going to be, it'll be a survey of the counties that we would then, and we're already doing that. So what is unique in terms of what we're doing versus what we're already doing?
I would
Vice Chair Lieber, I think, has a comment on this.
I have a question to add on to Mr. Gaines. So my understanding from what the executive director is telling us is that we already do a survey, and there may be some additional questions that could be added onto there. But what we would want to stay out of is, say, for example, directing boards of soups to pay more or to pay less. That would also be unwelcome. So we could develop some additional information, but I think we need to be careful where we go with that information.
Yeah, it's interesting talking to, I'm sure all of you are hearing the same things in terms of compensation from our assessors, and they're, clearly some of these smaller rural counties are having real struggles paying enough. And so there's a couple issues. One is there enough money in the county budget? And it's also, I think, philosophical in terms of what is the Board of Supervisors' approach to increasing the assessor's office, which potentially increases tax revenue. So it could be a philosophical battle there. But there are also some county assessors that don't get along with their Board of Supervisors, and that's not helping their cause either in terms of compensation of their own departments. And I don't, we can't solve that problem. It's more of an issue of, how you're going to get along and try to help out your department.
I do think in the meantime, it would be helpful to collect both the county data and state data, because it also shows behavior, the trends, if people are shifting from metropolitan counties to more suburb or rural counties, depending on pay. And then also, too, is if there is a pathway to make it to the state, or if it's a reverse trend, if people are going from starting at the state and then going into counties because of the pay is higher. So it's not necessarily a directive, but I think the data collection would be important for us to create our own path forward. Thank you.
That's a kind of comment.
Member Gaines.
Yeah. That is a great point, Member Emron, in terms of, because there are, we could talk to Lisa Renati in terms of, are we drawing people from county assessor offices to the BOE because of that compensation?
Correct, yes.
Or vice versa.
It sounds like Lisa wants to weigh in.
Of course, I get the little chair now. Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director of the Board of Equalization. I think there's some things we can do, because salary and compensation are two different items, and they don't always compare. We do collect survey data, we survey all the assessors, and those that do comply provide us the salaries of all of their different positions. And in our report we provided in July, we did a small comparison of those salaries. And it's not surprising, the larger counties do pay more. But for the state, when they go out and decide our salary ranges, they do a compensation study, and that includes benefits as well as salary. And so, that can change, and benefits can include a lot of different items. So, and they do salary studies. The last one was done in 2021, which did, in this last negotiations with labor, raise a lot of people's salary ranges. Unfortunately, it did not affect our agency. A few positions in our agency were affected, but the majority of the appraisers weren't. What we could do is go together and work on work with a work group and decide if you wanted to do a comprehensive study with the counties, with the state, and then present that information to CalHR. However, that would really help the state, and then perhaps the counties could use the information. But there's no guarantees. It's a long process. I've worked on them in the past. But it's something you can do if the board so desires. But it is time-consuming.
And when you say a comprehensive study, we'll most likely use a consultant for that.
You could use a consultant, or you'd have to have this. It's also, if you have the counties do the work, the counties have to have the bandwidth to do the work. And that's why we don't always receive all the data from the counties. It's not that I don't think they don't want to, it's they don't have the time to fill out the information. So it's a large issue, but as Ms. Stowers said, it's something we don't have a lot of control over. I think all of you expressed that as well.
Right.
But it's something to consider, and it's something we do look into. As far as your question, Mr. Gaines, regarding the county, typically we get the people after they've retired from the county.
Okay.
That's how we typically get the people that
Retired
become experts and come
annuitants?
here. Retired annuitants or as employees. Many of
Okay.
our experts came from the county.
Okay.
And we have we hire people from the counties. We also have a lot of grow your own. It depends on which department you're looking at. And where we bring people in, we grow our own. So,
But we're not losing them, the counties, are we?
we've lost a couple people, but not a lot. Typically, it's the opposite direction. But, with the changes, where people, once people settle down roots, they don't normally want to move. If you're in the Sacramento area, work from home has changed things. So
Okay.
we have benefited, but, it's harder for the counties.
I just want to make sure whatever we're doing is beneficial to the county assessors. And so I don't know, I'm trying to recall what the conversations were with the county assessors on this issue during our meetings, but I just want to make sure we reconnect. I don't see a representative from CAA here currently.
If I may, sir?
Yes.
One thing that stood for me that I took note of is they said when individuals from the smaller counties, when they go away to college and they say they get the accounting degree, they don't come back to the county.
Okay.
So that's what could have been someone that they could have hired, but they choose to stay, as Mr. Emmer was saying, in the bigger cities.
Right.
They don't return home. So they have a
That
limited
could be social.
pool. Yeah.
Right. Socially driven.
So they have a
And
limited
pay.
pool. Yeah, and pay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Well, at this point, it's just an information item. We have a month to come back.
Yeah.
So now that you've hashed this out, especially getting back to your assessors and making sure that we're producing something hopefully that's useful to them and to ourselves. Thank you all. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, it's information. We'll just move on to our next item.
Sure. Our next item that we have on the, is that we were going to take a 15-minute break,
Oh,
if we could, for staff.
I don't know, what time is it?
11?
Is that scheduled?
staff good with that? Is
Yes.
that 15?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll take a 10-minute break.
10-minute break. It's 11, so 11:10 we come back.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. I have 11:10, so we'll reconvene. And I don't know if Member Schaefer is hearing us. I don't see him on the screen, but I'm assuming he'll come on.
Oh,
Here he is,
here
okay.
Everyone is here then.
Everybody's here. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would call our next item.
Our next item on the agenda is item 4, Board Member Matters and Initiatives, BOE Rules for Tax Appeals Training for Assessment Appeals Board and County Board of Equalization County Councils. Discussion and possible board action. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez and Mr. Emron.
And just for the record, I wanted to state, because it was brought to my attention that, I guess last month when we talked about this, it was listed under the Assessment Appeals Board County Council Training Course. So this is one and the same, just for those that are listening and maybe were, in tune with us last month. So you hopefully don't get confused by the name with it. We added a few words here on this one. With that, members, on September 26th, the board received the attachment Assessment Appeals Board Council Training on State Board Rules 301, 326, authored by Mr. Thompson Parker, an LA County Senior Deputy County Counsel, although he stated at prior meetings that the materials was to be for the board's use, he has respectfully declined to allow the board to edit the document, and interested parties meeting process or stakeholders meeting process will become a launching pad for potentially significant AAB process changes being proposed. And he will not be able to participate in as a representative of AABs and AAB clerks because of his local time commitments and assignments. He said he is also aware that even if he could, he would have no authority to do more than advocate before the State Board of Equalization in its processes. In view of the great need expressed by the assessors at the annual board assessors meeting a day later, September 27th, I am proposing a two-pronged BOE Rules of Tax Appeals Education and Training project that can be used for assessment appeal boards and County Board of Equalization county councils, as well as AAB members and boards of supervisors serving as Board of Equalization. The proposed project discusses with the ED has two key deliverables. In the discharge of our duties under Government Code Section 15606, first deliverable is an official publication on the BOE rules for local tax appeals, assessment appeals boards, and county boards of equalization that can be used both as a training curriculum for county councils, county clerks, and all stakeholders as online reference materials for the public, although the publication would be similar to the rules for tax appeals of the State Board of Equalization, BOE Publication 310, covering state assessed property appeals, rules, and procedures. This publication would include 4 parts. A summary of each rule as Mr. Parker prepared for our use. B, the annotated list of rules 301 to 326, currently in Appendix 3, Assessment Appeals Manual, the Assessment Appeals Manual under the ca.gov. C, a summary of court cases currently in Appendix 4, Assessment Appeals Manual, and D, a glossary of terms in Assessment Appeals Manual or HA or AH 501 Basic Appraisals. Number 2, the second deliverable is to support the Executive Directorate in having the board stand up a training program and apply to the State Board to become certified as an MCLE, Single Activity Provider, for granting continuing legal education credits to county councils and all members of the state bar who choose to complete any training program that the board may offer through the County Councils Association state bar conferences, such as the Annual Tax Policy Conference or the local Bar Association Training Conference throughout the state. Since the boards rule, including 301 to 326, are binding as law on the AABs and county boards of equalizations, we need to provide a concise publication and offer focused education and training, whether voluntary or required. Required only for AAB members under Section 1624.01 and .02. As we agreed prior to approval of any assessment appeals publication by the board, we will ensure that the California Assessors Association, county assessors, the California Association of Clerks, and election officials, all taxpayer representatives and stakeholders will have full opportunity to provide input and suggest modifications. In that vein, I move that we instruct the executive director provide us with a rough draft for a preliminary comment and review at the December 12th, 13th, 2023 board meeting. And if there's a second, we will move forward with that.
Second.
It's been seconded by the Deputy Controller. And let me turn to Imran for your input and comments as well.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to first thank you and your office for leading this charge here in the new year. The Controller believes that training is a cornerstone to what the Board of Equalization does. AABs, the county councils, and the entire state of California, for a matter of fact, is relying on us to come up with this training. As you said, it's set in stone. She believes also, too, that this should be a completely entire public process. It should be fully transparent and open for all members of the public or stakeholders or representatives or taxpayer practitioners to participate in the process of this training program. And lastly, she believes it's also important that the California State Bar, that these training programs be certified as MCLE credits to provide those that are under this training course not only an incentive but progress that they make while going through the training, that they're able to report back to the State Bar that they've gone through diligent training, and also too that it's credited towards their ongoing legal education. So the Controller is happy to support this, Chairman, and she wants to thank you again for leading this process. In 2021, when she broke out with her own county assessors in the 2nd District, this was one of her priority items to ensure that county councils possess the knowledge and expertise to provide guidance on complex property tax issues. And it was suggested that a training program be established to enhance the skill set of county councils who provide guidance on property tax issues. So I'm happy to see this being sought through. And once again, thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions or discussion on this? Yes, it looks like my Vice Chair Lieber has some.
I do have a number of questions, but I'm also curious about what the executive director, if she has a statement to make first, because that may influence my questions.
Is it tied into the motion or is it separate?
It's semi-related. I do have a comment on the motion as well.
Sure.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chairman Vasquez, Vice Chair, and members. I'm Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Before I speak on the motion, I want to reflect on this item as it was presented at the September meeting. As you know, we had a very detailed discussion about the issue, and after reviewing the transcript, I believe that there was some confusion and some misstatements made during the discussion. And based on that, I would like to apologize to the board, Mr. Parker, and all stakeholders for any misunderstanding on this matter. It was not our intention to confuse anyone, rather to ensure everyone had a clear understanding of our role. Member, I am optimistic and believe that this is one of those learning lessons, those learning opportunities, and we can move forward on this issue. That concludes my comment as it relates to past events. Now, with respect to the pending motion to prepare the material and to set up a training, we would do if that motion passes, we would do our best to provide a rough draft by the stated deadline. The proposal is very detailed, and if you would like, I do have Mr. Richard Moon in the Teams environment And if you would like to hear from him, he could perhaps, walk you through the process on how such training would be developed, if that's at your pleasure. And in addition, with respect to setting up the program and getting the MCL credits, I want to state, when this was first brought up to me, I was very neutral on it because I didn't know much about it. I have since done some research and been informed that when members of my team present technical material or training to the California County Council Association or through the tax bar, through this various tax policy conference, that training is qualified for continuing education. They come under the sponsor's umbrella, so it comes under California. Gosh, that's a tongue toner. It comes under the county council umbrella of qualifying hours. Or if it's a tax board, it comes under them. So I'm not saying that we don't need it. I'm just saying that there is some cover already. But we will, if the motion passes, look into how we can become a single provider. But just wanted to note that when we do provide technical training, the attorneys are getting continuing ed. I think that was really something that everybody wanted to make sure of.
Thank you. With that, let me turn it back to my vice chair because I think she was going to make a comment, but she was waiting for your feedback.
Thank you. So, being relatively new here, I'm the newest person here. So is this within our charge under AB 102 to become a training entity?
Thank you, Julia.
Good morning again, Julia Himovitz on behalf of the legal department. It's something that we can certainly explore. There are some boundaries, obviously, I think that you're alluding to that we do need to fall within, but I think for purposes of the chair's motion, sounds like it's a two-prong approach again. For the MCLE piece, we can certainly explore whether or not that's something that we can do within the confines of the government code. However, I think what the executive director was also getting at is that if that's not a possibility, there are ways for us to make sure that people are able to get that MCLE credit using our materials, if that's the board's will.
Okay. And I think that if I'm correct, that as a board, we cannot create things that would necessitate a budget augmentation, that we're primarily here to fulfill things like rate setting and hearing of appeals, et cetera. So I guess, it would need more research to see if this is something that would necessitate asking for additional budget change kinds of actions.
I understand. Thank you, Vice Chair Lieber. It is going to require shifting of staff resources in order to complete the project. At least the first part of it, it is going to require staff resources, and that's where that timing issue comes, and where you often hear me say, we have other things on the horizon, so do my best to get you a draft. But I vision it to be a long-term assignment. It's not something that we're going to be able to put together in 2 or 3 months. It's something we want to put together a quality product.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to make sure that the stakeholders have an opportunity to have input. Now, if we do move into where we're basically going to be a training facility for county council. First of all, we have to understand that there's no mandate for us to provide the training. We will just be volunteering to provide training, and we would just be hoping that they want our training. If we get to that level and it is taking away sufficient staff resources that we could not absorb it, and I could tell you probably not, we can't absorb it, we would have to seek additional funding in the form of a budget change proposal to if the vision is very global, to have a strong present training county council on an ongoing basis. And
Continue, Vice Chair.
Thank you. So my understanding of what's before us today is that we would be getting information back about an annotated, simplified version of the rules that would be used by county councils. And then we would be exploring the possibilities of training and MCLE credit, and et cetera. Am I understanding this all right?
I believe that was the one motion of the two deliverables, but the training part of it looks simple on the surface, but extremely detailed. Again, if with your permission, I would like for Mr. Moon to, if you're there in virtual land, thank you. Mr. Moon, with your permission, if you could walk the members through how this process would take place.
Good morning, members. Richard Moon with the legal department. So as I understand it, what you would be looking for is some type of a publication similar to what we have for our own state assessed rules for tax appeals. And so our publication is almost literally a listing of the actual rules with no annotation, no explanation, with no case citations. And so it seems to me the scope of what you're talking about with the local rules that we have. Now, as you know, there are already promulgated rules relating to assessment appeals, and those are contained and listed as property tax rules 301 through 326. Some of them are short, some of those are long, some of those haven't been touched since they've been enacted. I think there were a group of them enacted in '67, and others have been touched along the way. And so some of those, some of you may recall the last rules that we had amended was back in 2018. And so what we would need to do is go through those rules. We would need to summarize them in the form of annotations, put those in a publication, look at case citations to see what court cases have talked about various one of those rules and or the statutes those rules interpret, and then combine all of that information into a publication that would sort of be introductory, as I understand it, and serve as a reference for county councils and other interested parties to see what sort of the basic rules are to run an assessment appeals at the local level.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
So at the time when we get a rough draft back, we would also potentially have in that rough draft an understanding of a timeline for an interested parties process through that.
I could try. I mean, yes, we could at least map something out.
Mr. Chair, I think I would be I'm uncomfortable with December as the target for this, and I'd be much more comfortable with January or February so that there's time for more of a strong product coming forward. I know that even, say, February, that's a pretty short timeline, to get all of these elements together to have an understanding of, but I think for me, I'd be very uncomfortable with December as a target because of the nature of what we're considering doing and having information about standing up a process of training and et cetera. Thank you.
So it sounds like my deputy controller wants to weigh in here.
I'm comfortable with January, February, and the new year, Chairman. I defer that to you, but 3 months would be a good timeline, and we can start the new year running right into this and take off.
I would appreciate the new year because the attorneys who are going to be responsible for this project are right in the middle of state assessed appeals. I didn't want to ask for that, but I would appreciate that.
I'm comfortable with the amendment, and it looks like my seconder's okay.
Yes.
Member Gaines is okay. Any other comments, suggestions? Seeing none,
Yeah.
Clear enough?
Yeah, I was just going to say, let's review the motion again. The motion was to move that we instruct the executive director, provide us with a rough draft for our preliminary comment and review at the February 2024 board meeting.
and I guess you should put the year 2024, right?
Yes. Let me get this again. I'm going to repeat it again.
Go ahead.
The motion is that we instruct the executive director to provide us with a rough draft of the proposed publication for our preliminary comment and review at the February 2024 board meeting.
Yes.
First
And it looks like
second.
we have our legal,
Point of clarification, your original ask had a two-prong approach within your motion, and that included the language regarding the MCLEs.
yes.
Would you like to, do you want that to be included in the original or in the new amended motion? Because the way that it's been read into the record does not include that at this time.
No, let's include it. So it's, because now that we're pushing it back to February, the two prongs should be a reasonable ask, right?
His original motion, to me, does not read that he meant the two deliverables.
Okay, so if we're having confusion, perhaps we should restate for the public as well, the deliverables. If you'd like that to be wrapped into your motion, perhaps we should restate them both together so they are included in the motion.
Yes, let's
is
do
it-
that. I'm looking at my seconder. Is that,
That works for me.
yes.
But I also want to make sure that the understanding for the MCLEs is that people can get them through other entities. It would be wrapped under that umbrella. So if it's not possible for the agency to obtain that status, you are still covered there.
Okay. Yeah, my vice chair, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to the maker and seconder, I would appreciate if it can be stated as that we'd ask the executive director to develop preliminary information about the process of MCLE credit, and how that would work.
Okay. So that's, if that's an amendment, that's friendly. So going back to our legal counsel here now, so and now we actually should state it with, you're saying with the, well, I guess, Mr. Kay, I guess we should read it off, the motion now, which would be including the, I guess it was the two deliverables that we read off earlier.
Which has now been amended
Amended.
by Vice Chair Lieber. So it might be more appropriate for you, sir, to restate your motion inclusive of the amendments that have been provided, and then Mary can capture that.
Okay. So you want me to read off the 2 deliverables? The whole thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you, sir.
All right, here we go. So the first deliverable is an official
Wait,
public.
before we go,
Oops.
I move.
Oh, all right, just for the, I guess for the record. So I
Yes,
move
please.
that the motion would read, the first deliverable would be the official publication of the BOE rules for local tax appeals, assessment appeals boards, and county boards of equalization that can be used both for training curriculum for the county councils, county clerks, and all stakeholders. Online reference materials for the public, although the publication would be similar to the rules for tax appeals of the State Board of Equalization, BOE Publication 310, covering state assessed property appeals, rules, and procedures. This publication would include 4 parts. 1, or A summary of each rule as prepared by Mr. Parker. B, an annotated list of rules 301 to 326, currently in Appendix 3 of the Assessment Appeals Manual. C, a summary of the court cases currently in Appendix 4, Assessment Appeals Manual. And D, a glossary of terms in Assessment Appeals Manual, or AH 501 Basic Appraisal. The second deliverable is the support the executive director in having the board stand up a training program and apply to the state board to become certified as the MCLE Single Activities Provider for granting continuing legal education credits to the county councils and all members of the state board, or state bar, who chooses to complete any training program that the board may offer through the County Councils Association State Bar conferences, such as the annual tax policy conference or local bar association training conference throughout the state.
If,
That sounds like so much.
if I may, I believe that the second prong, if you will, was amended by Vice Chair Lieber to change that to develop preliminary information regarding that task.
On
Rather,
the second deliverable.
Right,
Right.
right. So not applying for anything, but providing information and a report back. Is that correct?
Was that your amendment?
Yes. My intention was that we get preliminary information in a report in February and inclusive of timelines for an interested parties review and et cetera.
And this is,
Sorry, the interested parties process is separate from the MCLE piece.
correct, this is for the board's standalone certification rather than having a sponsor, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct, thank you.
Let's
Second, please.
see if Ms. Cicchetti captured all of that.
I think I may have. Alrighty, we're going to take them up in one vote then?
Yes.
I'm gonna, so it was, the motion was by Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Amaron. Alrighty, the motion was to move the first deliverable as an official publication on the BOE rules for local tax appeals, assessment appeal boards, and county boards of equalization that can be used both as training curriculum for county councils, county clerks, and all stakeholders as online reference materials for the public. Although the publication would be similar to the rules for tax appeals of the State Board of Equalization, BOE Publication 310, covering state-assessed property appeals, rules, and procedures, this publication would include 4 parts. A summary of each rule as prepared by Mr. Parker, a notation list of Rules 301 to 326, currently the Appendix 3 Assessment Appeals Manual. C, a summary of court cases currently in Appendix 4, Assessment Appeals Manual, and D, a glossary of terms in Assessment Appeals Manual or AH 501 Basic Appraisal. The second deliverable is to support the ED in having the board prepare a preliminary information in a report due in February 2024 that would provide information on a stand-up of a training program and apply to the state bar or to become certified as an MCLE single activity provider for granting continuing legal education credits to county councils and all members of the state bar who choose to complete any training program that the board may offer through the County Council Association state bar conferences, such as the annual tax policy conference or local bar association training conferences throughout the state.
My vice chair, I think, had a quick question for the executive director. Go ahead.
So I'm a little bit concerned about the reference to Mr. Parker's work because Mr. Parker has pulled back and said that he's going to retain his property to himself. And so I want to make sure that we're not, as a state agency, grabbing somebody else's property and running with it. So do I need to make that as an amendment to excise the reference to Mr. Parker's work? Okay, so I'd like to amend the motion to just delete the reference to Mr. Parker's work.
Understood.
That works. So there's a motion on the table. There is a second. I'll allow Ms. Cicchetti a moment to
Get it together.
continuing to edit her notes.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes. All righty, so we have a first and a second. We're going to go out to public comment. Alrighty. I do not have any written comments, though I have two persons in the audience who would like to make a comment. I have a Mr. Mark Aprea and I have a Mr. Paul Waldman. Just to remind you that the public comments are limited to 3 minutes each.
Welcome.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff, for the record, my name is Mark Aprea with the firm of Aprea and McKaylee, and I'm here on behalf of the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates. I will open up by stating that we support the motion before the board and encourage your aye vote. The very essence of the board's purpose, both stated in the Constitution and in statute, is to provide the kind of activity that is contained in this motion, that is to provide the tools for purposes of uniformity and consistency in the property tax assessment and assessment appeals process. So we want to commend the board for moving in this direction. We also saw that you are taking that task seriously in your consideration of item 2, and we would encourage you to continue to find ways of providing not only the content, but the training for purposes of this. The California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates is made up of professional individuals who are engaged in property tax assessment appeals, and we appreciate the board's taking its role. We submitted a letter late yesterday that indicated our general support not only for a training, for a document, but for a training program. And so we want to suggest to the board that, again, we think you're doing the right thing. Mr. Waldman here is with Ryan. He is also a past president of CADA, and he'd like to provide for you a couple of examples of where this kind of program would aid both the assessment and assessment appeals process, and so as an example of the need for what you're about to vote on.
Yes, hi, members of the board, thank you for your time today. Just a good example I was discussing earlier is, I had a case a couple of years ago in which the board erred in denying our appeal. We filed suit, and fortunately, this is in LA County. The excellent LA County Council recognized immediately that the board had erred and had actually and put together a process that allowed us to very quickly resolve the issue without it going to much further and extensive litigation. And so those are examples of how the board training would be helpful, would have eliminated any litigation to begin with, and how quality county counsel is really quite important, in which in this case we had, and it saved a lot of money and a lot of issue. So that was just a very good example of why this is important. One other thing that I had thought about was, I have clients that have clients throughout the country. I have clients who have properties throughout the country, and I oversee that process quite a bit. And a lot of states have multiple levels of appeal. You can appeal locally. If you lose that appeal, you can go to a state level quite often. Some states, litigation is very common and very cheap, in Texas, for example. And California really doesn't have those other options. Your assessment appeals board hearing is pretty much it. That's all you get in many cases. Litigation is prohibitively expensive, so it has to be a very big case with a lot of dollars at stake before you even potentially consider litigation. And that's why it's critically important that the assessment appeals board is well trained and gives good decisions, and also why it's very important that you have a well-trained county counsel for that same issue. So those are just a couple of examples of why this really is quite important and why it's important to us. And we just look forward to sort of being a partner in the process.
Thank you. With that, those were the two that were written. Do we have to go out to AT&T?
Yes, we do. AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Of course. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you wish to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And there's still currently no one queuing up at this time, ma'am.
Thank you. Ready to take roll then. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Thank you. Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
All righty.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, Mr. Chickett, will you go on to our next item?
Yes. The next item is item number 5. Board Member Matters and Initiatives, Proposed 2024 Board Meeting Annual Workload Plan, Calendar, Potential Issues List. Further discussion on the proposed 2024 Board Meeting Workload Plan, identifying potential issues, tentatively scheduling key subjects and measures to address, outlining a roadmap for maximizing transparency and engagement in all stakeholders over the next year. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, for your consideration, I distributed to you a memo dated October 24th, 2023, that includes an outline for a draft workload plan for 2024. The purpose of this memo is to develop a potential issues workload plan that identifies current issues we are currently working on, as well as areas of interest that our members have mentioned in the past. The goal is to better plan and prioritize significant matters that need our attention. Our agendizing topics that require further discussion during our meetings. It will also serve as a resource tool for our executive director to prioritize and provide reports timely. Furthermore, I hope this will also serve as a fluid roadmap for critical issues facing us today and encounter tomorrow. Lastly, and mostly importantly, I hope this document serves as a vehicle that enhances transparency, increases opportunity for public engagement, and solidifies the public's trust of the board. With this in mind, I am seeking your input and proposals for additional items to be included in this plan. With that, let me open it up to the members and see if they have any thoughts or ideas as we move forward. Vice Chair Lieber, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very glad to see that the dates have been removed, so it's a more fluid document because as we know, California is one of the most changeable states in the country, and I think that we have to remain very responsive to the things that are happening in our state, be it fire, flood, et cetera. And one of the subject matters that I would like to bring forward after our December meeting is what I see as a very pressing concern in terms of the impact of changes in the environment to property values and property taxes in our state. So I think I can bring forward more information, and it's good to know that we are not approving anything today, but continuing to gather further information and input. I think that's where we need to be at.
Appreciate your comments. Any other thoughts from any of the other members? Oh, our Deputy Controller, Aaron, go
I
ahead.
want to thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you for your leadership here and really formatting a roadmap into 2024, which I think is going to be the best year ever. One issue that the Controller has interest in is the acceptance of electronic signatures as we move into more of a digital era, and finding ways to best adapt to that as well. And that'll be something she'll be really interested in exploring in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like our do you have no follow-up?
If you like, just brief comments.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so this really relates to the board meeting's agenda and the working priorities that the board wishes to focus on in 2024. As for the items related to staff reporting out on operational achievements such, I don't anticipate this would be an issue, and look forward to the opportunity to highlight the agency's success and accomplishments, which is under this board leadership. However, I would like the opportunity to make modification to the format of some of the report out. And I'm assuming that's possible since you're not adopting anything at this time. And I bring this up because I know that the communication, legislation goals, and property tax priorities are agency-wide priorities. So therefore, it will make more sense when I'm reporting out on these items, I do it as an agency as opposed to the individual departments. I do appreciate flexibility in making the report, and I also want to acknowledge the removal of the dates so that we could schedule these things out based in a timely fashion and based on need. That's all I have to say at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe we can work on developing a more formalized pathway of communication with CDTFA. We're getting a lot of complaints from our county assessors that phone calls aren't being returned and things of that sort. So the designation of a key contact with CDTFA, I think, would be very helpful for our county assessors, and I think also for us as board members. If we have constituents that are giving us a call and they're having an issue that they need a response on. I think that'd be very helpful.
No, that's an excellent point. I overlooked that totally. And we get a lot of calls, and I've gotten personal calls from senators, some of the legislators that
we've
called me
we've
thinking
talked
that
about
I
it,
have
yeah.
some authority or jurisdiction over them. And they're telling me, Tony, just pick up the phone and call them. I said, I can't.
You know, that's a good point, Member Gaines and Chair Vasquez. I know the assessors are, one of their major complaints is that reporting for Prop 19. So I did designate Mr. Young to
Good.
be that point of contact, and he is working with CDTFA, and he is communicating back to the assessors and the association, and he will continue to do that. With
Wonderful.
respect to regular calls, we all get them, and your offices are really good about reaching out to me directly, and we call them on your behalf. We will, depending on the nature of the incident, we will go directly to their taxpayer rights advocate, and we hope they treat it as priority, and I do believe they do. Or just recently, we did it, the chief deputy, to get immediate action. I think what we probably need to do is probably put together a communication protocol and share it with the members, although I think you guys have it, but share it with you anyway, and then with the assessors to let them know that they are having a problem related to sales and use tax or any tax that they administer. They're more than welcome to call us, but they can call them directly too. But we could be the entity that makes the connection if that's what they're most comfortable with.
That'd be great. Yeah, if we could just elevate it and
Yeah.
make it known so that there's someone that they can speak to over there. And if it's a taxpayer rights advocate, similar to what we have here, that would probably be a good connection right
Yeah.
there.
I have to double check their structure. I know they have a taxpayer rights advocate,
Okay.
but I don't know if they have what FTB has, which is the Executive Services Agents Division. And that division is really dedicated to board members and elected officials.
Wonderful.
And they get, obviously, a different type of treatment, top priority treatment. Not that the constituents aren't getting top priority as well. But I would check with CDTFA and see how their structure is.
Thank you. Great. Wonderful.
No, I think that the complaint we usually get, or I get when I'm talking, especially legislators, is that they don't get a return call. It's not like they don't have a number to call.
Oh.
And that's why they're calling me, and they said, can you just pick up the phone and tell them to do X, Y, and Z, right? And I said, I can't order them to do anything.
I would talk
Chair, I have a comment.
Sure, go ahead. Member Schaefer.
Would it be okay for us to sort of have a general policy that all telephone calls shall be returned by the end of the next business day? That would be 24 hours generally. And if somebody is out ill or out for whatever reason, that staff call and say there will be a delay in responding to you, or can I help you? I would like to see some general policy coming from us to these people if they listen to us. And I'd also like to see a monthly report to our executive director as to whether there are any complaints on telephone usage. I think that's one of the most important things in governmental function. And I've grown up in government where it's become a problem, and it doesn't change until the people upstairs, and that's us, take an interest in it, which we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the real issue is, it's figuring out I'm not sure who has the best relationship with those folks over there to suggest this.
I have regular meetings with their director. Let me take this offline and have a conversation with him.
Appreciate it. And with that, if there's no other comments or suggestions, this document, I mean, it looks like, and I'm hearing some of the suggestions that came up already. What I'll probably do is just get my staff to check in with you folks, and so we could hopefully make it all inclusive and then bring it back maybe at the next meeting and see if people are comfortable. Vice Chair Schaefer, go ahead.
If I could, for certain reasons, I won't be able to bring the completeness of my item back until after our December meeting.
Oh, okay.
So
We could hold off.
if we could hold, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Will do. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would call our next item.
Well, we usually like to go out for public comment for every single item, so.
Oh, okay.
Sure. So I don't have anyone in the audience, and I have not received any written comment on this item, so let's just go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And there's still currently no one queuing up at this time, ma'am.
Thank you. Alrighty, so that concludes that item. We could move to the next item then.
Yes.
It's noon, we have a choice. Did you want to go to lunch now, or did you want to continue on the agenda?
Looking at staff.
Well,
It sounds like we do.
We could go to lunch now at noon here? Okay, good, then.
And are we looking, so are we going to do a full hour here? So we'll return at 1?
1
Could I,
o'clock.
could I
Alrighty,
raise a
good.
question? Just, I don't know if everybody got this, but we had an email sent to us from Brandon Luna.
Yes, we will take that up in a public comment number 15. They have an item later on.
Okay.
That will take that up later on.
That's great. So you'll make sure that we address
Yes,
it
it is
before
in,
we're
it's
done.
in on the, it's,
Fantastic. Thank you.
sure.
All right, so we'll break for lunch at 12:02 and come back at 1 PM.
Thank you.
Ms. Cicchetti, what's our next item?
Good afternoon, everyone. Our next item on the agenda is item number 6, Board Member Matters and Initiatives, Governance Policy Review and Updates, Discussion and Possible Action. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, as you know, at the November 15, 2023 board meeting, we will be considering our annual review and update of the governance policy. I am proposing that we consider edits, changes, or additions that serve to enhance our transparency, accountability, and overall efficiency in moving forward board-approved initiatives and policies. Due to changes in the scope and complexity of matters that come before us, it is increasingly important for us to adapt our governance structure and practices accordingly. At the November board meeting, I propose that we review and consider possible amendments to the section on our work group policy and charter to identify areas of improvement. In addition, since our executive director plays such a pivotal role in the day-to-day operations and strategic direction of our organization, I would like to review the policy to further clarify the role and responsibilities of the executive director. I propose updating the section of the governance policy dedicated to the executive director's role with the goal of ensuring a well-defined leadership structure that complements our governance framework. With that, I will open it up to any of the members and any thoughts they might have. Or discussion. Yes, Vice Chair Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a question that I had in terms of this is if we have suggestions, we should bring those forward at the November meeting. And so then would this come back in December for the final approval?
Well, we have an option. If, for example, if you have some thoughts and I know last time you were looking at a couple items, and if you would share it with the members before, we might be able to take action in November. But if you're not prepared and for whatever reasons you present it at the November, we probably wouldn't take action on it until December.
So the whole package would be in December then?
Potentially.
Okay.
We have that flexibility, is my understanding.
Yeah, because I would really like to continue going through the governance policies to see what I would like to pull out of there, and I'd like to get staff's input if possible at the November meeting. And then I know that when it comes to the executive director, who's very able and excellent, I think we have to really be briefed on the changes that AB 102 made to things and what the scope of the board's action can be. And I know that as we grow the work groups and potentially add more, maybe see some that have run their course, potentially be sunset, that it is more of our individual staffs are needing to take more responsibility for research and arranging things and so on. And I think that that's something that I'm still grappling with in terms of the work group that I'd like to suggest and how we would put that research together that would be necessary for it, so that I could ensure that if I had a work group happening, that we had all of our complete package done for that particular meeting, and And I know that staff takes a pass at things and, getting those on particular agendas. So that's something that I'm still kind of grappling with myself. So I think if we come back in November and we have our questions more firmly in our minds, and then come back in December for the full package, that would be a very good thing from my perspective.
Thank you. And it's my understanding, I'm looking to staff on this, if this is a document that's a pretty live document, so at any time, it's something that we could agendize. If, for example, somebody finds something that's needs to be tweaked or added or modified or even clarified. And I'm looking at our legal department, I'm assuming. Go ahead, Julie.
Hi, Julia Himovitz again on behalf of the legal department. So you're correct, sir. It is a sort of living document. It is your own governance policy. I believe in the past you guys chose, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought it was November to just have this as an annual review. And at that time, you would propose and recommend changes. What I hear from you is that you have some suggested changes that you'd like to recommend, and this is sort of a heads up that you're going to be bringing those for the
Yes.
November meeting. And what I hear from you, Vice Chair, is that you have some ideas and thoughts. You would also like to have that discussion and see what changes you want to make. As the chair said before, it is a living document, so at any point, you as the board can make changes to your own governance policy, obviously within the confines of the law and things like that. But what both of you are proposing is possible.
Vice Chair, go ahead.
If I may, that's very good input to have to form my thinking on this. And I guess what I'd like to see what my ideas are, and then be able to bring them forward and get the input, so that I'm not putting, other board members in the position of I want an up or down vote on it. I know that my thoughts aren't quite formed, but I would like it to be part of that package moving forward, rather than, okay, now I'm a month late to catch the train, and now I also want to have a parcel that's on that train. So if we kind of bring our concepts back, and then in December, if that's not already an overloaded meeting, being able to consider the full package, I think would be a very good thing from my perspective, at least as the newest person here, because, as you're grappling with all the governance policies and thinking through the impacts of them, and I definitely see ways that we could increase the transparency around maybe what the timelines are for bringing members' items up and making sure that we're in advance of a meeting, so that things are really publicly accessible before the meeting and different things like that. But I'd like to be able to bring those up and get reactions, questions, comments, and then have it be part of a package that comes to be considered as one, if it's possible.
John, I'm open to that. I was just trying to get the thing moving, and you're right. I guess at the end of the day, I'll check in with staff, because I know we have possibly some appeals, and we'll just take a look in terms of what makes sense in terms of not overloading the agenda. So it could happen, we could take a piece of it in November, but if possible, we could put it off until December to do the whole thing. It'll just be more of a agenda management at this point. And like our legal counsel was mentioning, like it is a live document, so it's not something that we have to do in November. It's pretty flexible, just as long as we're noticing it and putting it out there.
Correct.
So, yeah, think about it. I will get my thoughts out and get them out to you, and then see what reaction we get on that.
Just for point of clarification, I've heard November as a timeline for bringing it back, and I've also now heard December. So just so staff is clear on when you want this to be revisited, it might be helpful if we were all in a consensus about this item.
It looks like the vice chair has a,
Yeah, I'd like to float the idea of taking a first pass at it in November and being able to have the discussion and then go to a final adoption for this year in December. And so it should be a brief item in December because we hopefully would have gotten all of our discussion out. But, you know, there could be ideas that in the discussion in November, you know, someone thinks, oh, I'd like to add on to that. And so rather than having it just be a very ad hoc kind of thing, is sort of pace it out so that we have some breathing room in there. Or if, you know, we have the November meeting, we have a chance to air it, to grapple with the different changes, if there are any that we would like to see. But then what always happens to me is, on my way driving back home, I think I wish I had asked for this to be a part of it. Or the next week I say, oh, you know, I just talked to my assessor and I really wish that I had asked for that. So I think pacing it out over a couple weeks would, or 2 meetings would maybe be the most organized way.
I think,
Member Gaines, go ahead.
yeah, just my kind of natural response would be that I think the governance policy is pretty good as it is, but I'm always open to reviewing it and updating it and hearing what's being proposed. But I think, you know, the fact that we put it in place, I think was positive. And if there are questions or a lack of clarity on issues, we can always refine that. So.
If I may,
Yes.
in terms of a timeline, we do have to think about, based on what Vice Chair Lieber is suggesting, allowing people to have time with the thoughts and things like that. My understanding is PAN Day is November 3rd. And so those thoughts and suggestions, if you are wanting things to be more transparent and attached to PAN, would need to be in around that time. And by around, I mean on that time. I apologize for making it vague.
Yeah, I forgot, because it is a quick, we have an early meeting in
Yeah,
November.
yeah.
Because of the holidays. So I think I'm comfortable with it. If people are good, we'll go ahead and put it out in November, do the preliminary stuff, and then bring it back for finalization in December.
May I?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank
Deputy
you.
Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. And I concur with my board colleagues. I think it's best to take a 2-meeting approach here and to bring it in November. Let's flesh it out as best we can. And through our robust discussions, there's always going to be new ideas and policies and procedures that we may add or want to keep. And then in December, if we can head towards a final vote. So in the new year time, we're full speed ahead and we don't look back on this and continue to start that great progress that we've started in 2023. Thank you.
All right, looks like there's a consensus on that. So in terms of staff, we'll approach it that way.
Is that clear?
Easy for us.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we
Just a
need to go
matter of
out
procedure.
on that one, Mr. Scuddy?
We're finished with that one, but just as a moment of procedure, I have not received any public comment written, and I have no one in the audience. We're going to go to the moderator. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
As a reminder, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0. We currently have no one in queue.
Thank you, moderator. I'll continue with the next item.
Yes.
Item number 7, Board Member Matters and Initiatives. Minutes and report, recommendations on the informational hearing for modernizing California's property tax system, Part 4, Affordable Housing Board Work Group, Minutes and recommendations on the key issues, action items from the October 19th, 2023 informational hearing on modernizing California's property tax system, Part 4, Affordable Housing Board Work Group for discussion and approval. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. First and foremost, I just wanted to thank all our honorable guests that were with us, and would also like to thank the executive director and staff for making that happen. And I've got nothing but great feedback, especially from our local folks, and to have our senator, state senator, and assembly member participate and pretty much stick through a lot of the hearing process. I think it was very successful. And once again, wanted to thank you, my staff, a lot of the folks that participated in this to make it a great event. I guess one of the things, I was thinking about it, we had a total of 14 expert testimonials and 3 public commentators that showed up in person, which included our state legislators, nonprofit organizations, private enterprises, and individual taxpayers that opened the door to meaningful and robust dialogue around this issue. Our goal was to gather recommendations from them so we can provide a blueprint for our state leaders to enact incentives and legislation to spur housing development quickly and efficiently. We received a variety of recommendations for us to work on, including supporting ADUs, development and adaptive reuse policies, as well as expanding the welfare exemption for certain affordable housing projects, among others. Ultimately, I would like to provide highlights and recommendations from last Thursday's meeting, but since it was just last Thursday, I will need additional time to put the report together. I would appreciate a unanimous vote for our members to delay the report and minutes from the affordable housing meeting to our November meeting, if that was comfortable and possible. And it's been seconded by my vice chair. So we're hoping to come back. Like I had said, we had some real good suggestions that came to us and want to put it in a kind of a blueprint so we could hopefully take it to not only our legislators, but our stakeholders and see what kind of support we can have to move this thing forward and expedite it.
Yeah, I want to, if I could just comment.
Sure, Member Gaines,
Yeah,
go
thank
ahead.
you for organizing that, and thank you for inviting us to participate. I thought it was a great event. I always learn so much at each of these hearings, and just something that stuck out in my mind. I was struck by how many ADUs were being built in Long Beach, 1,100, I think, year to date, which is just a phenomenal number. And if you think of the ripple effect across the state in just that one move, that was really, that door was opened through legislation here in California, was very good. But there was a lot of good information provided, and I thought it was really nice to have legislators participating, or they had representatives there, but in particular it was great to see Senator Ben Allen there, who's experienced. He's been in the Senate quite a while, and to have him there and engaged and having that conduit, I think, is so important. So, yeah, thank you for a job well done. Yeah.
Chair Vasquez, I have a comment.
Sure, go ahead, Member Schaefer.
Yes, I was very impressed with your presentation too, and having both the Assemblyman for Santa Monica as well as the state senator. Was very impressed with the quality of your representatives and the message they had for us. It also was interesting that you had a homeless lady come in and explain to me some of her outlook and recommendations, and that her input should be part of whatever report we put out on it. I had also asked last week for our executive director to give me an estimate of the cost of having the out-of-town meeting, and she's hoping to get that for me today. I think it's important we know that so that we can factor that in on whether we're able to proceed and have more of these meetings, as I hope we're able to do. Thank you.
Thank you. My Vice Chair Lieber, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I was very appreciative of all the work that was put in by staff from your office and from the board overall, and everyone who was able to travel there. And I found that I was taking a lot of notes from the content that was there. And the ADU issue is something that is really of interest to me living in Silicon Valley. We're really struggling constantly to be able to have housing that is available and affordable for home care workers and healthcare workers, our essential workers in retail and others. So I think there are going to be a lot of very valuable offshoots from the comments that we heard there. So that was of great value to me.
Thank you. Deputy Controller Enron.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you first and foremost and your staff and your office for leading the charge and you putting that together, like I said, in record time because you understand how deep of an issue that was. And in my own rights, going first time at Santa Monica City Hall, such a beautiful, beautiful place for civic engagement. And I thought it was so important for the Board of Equalization to have a presence in Southern California and to bring all the stakeholders together and understanding for myself how eye-opening the unique geography of Southern California is, where the desert does meet the beach, and understanding the approaches that they're taking to solve the affordable housing crisis in their area, and then also our leadership and lending a hand and finding our ways to not only bring everyone together, but now in November going to come back with some solutions, some formidable solutions that we can share with our partners and solve the crisis once and for all, because I think that's so important. And the leaders of this board, as statewide representatives, have really shown that they're up for the cause. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Kennedy, I guess we have a motion and was seconded by my vice chair. And unless there's any other comments or questions.
All right, I've got a motion to reschedule the presentation of the minutes and report recommendations on the informational hearing for modernizing California's property tax system, Part 4, Affordable Housing Board Work Group. The motion was by you and seconded by Ms. Lieber, Vice Chair Lieber. I do not have any written comments on this item, and I have no one in the audience. Let's go to the moderator before we take our vote. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
If you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0. 1, 0. We have no one in queue at this time.
Thank you, moderator. I'll take roll. Chairman Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if we would move on to our next item.
Our next item on the agenda is item 8, Executive Director's Reports. Report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational issues. This matter is being presented by Ms. Stowers.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director Report. Before I start my report, I would like to respond to Member Schaefer's question regarding the cost of the Santa Monica Board Work Group meeting. I'm happy to report that the cost is estimated at $8,540. That cost represents travel, security, and live stream. It does not include staff time, and there was no facility costs. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, let me start my report. Okay, it's been a really busy month since we had our meeting in September. I had my annual advisory council meeting, and the board had the 4th and final statewide informational hearing on modernizing California property tax system with a focus on affordable housing. As such, the focus of my report this month will be the quarterly reports that the executive management team will present. In addition, I will provide a brief update on some upcoming events. Okay, October 16th, I said we had the advisory council meeting, and it was a very informative meeting, and I was delighted with the level of robust discussion and engagement by the advisory council members. We discussed administration of the Veterans Organization exemption and the board's recent discussion on this topic. The continued implementation of and guidance of Property 19 and recent legislation affecting the BOE programs. I appreciate their collaboration and commitment to share BOE information with their stakeholder communities. I want to thank the advisory council members for their time and commitment and for our success. Next item, members, I would like to highlight some very important dates on the horizon. The first one, October 31st to November 3rd. The California Assessors Association would hold their annual conference in Palm Springs. Next date, November 1st to the 3rd, the California Lawyers Association will hold their 2023 annual meeting of the Tax Bar and Tax Policy Conference. Finally, members, on December 14th, I have been asked to speak at the California Association of Clerks and Elected Officials, Clerks of Board Conference, and this conference and meeting would take place in Sacramento. Being invited to speak at this meeting is another example of how I have been working to put the Board of Equalization in front of many stakeholders. I have the pleasure to speak before the Tax Administrator Nights Out, now the clerks, the California Assessors Association, and the Tax Board Policy. Not to mention that we are now a regular presenter with the California Society of Enrolled Agents. Other examples of how the Board of Equalization is being heard and seen. I will continue to keep your office updated on all important dates and details as they come about. That includes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions.
I had a quick one. I know you mentioned you've been real active in a lot of these events that have taken place, especially since our last meeting. Was there anything that came up that are pressing issues of concern to like the BOE?
As far as the advisory council meeting,
Yeah.
nothing that was pressing. It was more of us sharing information. They were very interested in the Veterans Organization and the project that we're pursuing. They, of course, continue to have heartburn when it comes to Prop 19. There's always an example of someone who did not understand the rules. And of course, we always share with our advisory council the various products that we have, like the Prop 19 fact sheet, or even actually there was an advisory council member that recommended the fact sheet on exemptions available for elderly. So it's more of how can they're there to give me advice, and we're there to keep them informed.
Deputy Controller, I think, has a question for you.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Executive Director, for all the work you're doing and representing us on the big stages here across California. And I'm happy to, I'm going to see you in Palm Springs next week. So I'll be looking forward to that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
See no other comments? I think we're good.
And that concludes my report then.
Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, what's our next item?
The next item on the agenda is item 9, operational priorities and quarterly budget reports. Report on the status of operational priorities and the BOE budget. This matter will be presented by the Chief Deputy Director, Ms. Renati.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy of the Board of Equalization. Today I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects. The first item is recruitments. Since our last meeting, we have successfully filled 6 positions. 4 are positions that are professionals new to the BOE, and 2 are promotions within the agency. Through our consistent and proactive recruitment approaches, the agency has maintained a vacancy rate of about 14%, which reflects our dedication to maintaining and building a robust team. And this month, we also participated in 5 recruitment events of various, I think I brought them to you last month, told you they were all over the state. And so far, reports received are very successful, received a lot of comments from candidates who are interested in coming to the BOE, interested in working in state government. And so those have been very successful. And when we get those reports, hopefully we'll get some numbers of how many people we were actually able to recruit from those events. So we're keeping the names of people that have asked questions. The next item is a quarterly report on our agency's budget. For the current 23-24 fiscal year, the agency has been allocated 193.6 positions and approximately $33.9 million to operate our tax programs. As you're aware, our funding is provided by the general fund, and about 86% of our appropriation is used for employee benefits and salaries. The other 14% is for our operating expenses and equipment. The most recent expenditure reports covering the last July and August of this year show that we're on target to use the majority of the funding. Still early in the fiscal year, but it's nice that we haven't started spending a lot in the beginning, so we make sure we have a constant amount of money for the remaining fiscal year. And again, the majority of that money is our recruitments, and our salaries. So as we keep making sure we have all our positions filled, that will ensure that we're using the funding appropriated to us. We continue to send you expenditure reports each month, so you guys can track the board can track their own expenses for each member office. And let me know if you have any questions. We'd be happy to help you with those. And members, this concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Well, let me go. I'll open up with
Absolutely.
Member Gaines. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. I thought you were going to go.
Well, no, if you want me to go, I'll go first. I know you usually have a lot of questions on this issue. Mine
Okay.
was more of just a quick one on
Yeah.
the projections you had talked about. You know, I know you've done a great job on the hiring and recruitment.
Yes.
And I was just wondering, looking for the year out, do you anticipate many, I guess, retirements that might be coming up that might be
We
an
know
impact?
there are some retirements coming, and with, we know our demographics of our workforce, so that's what is expected. And it's been expected through this whole, in the next 5 years, we expect to have, the baby boomers are retiring, the Gen X's are getting close. So we anticipate that, and we are trying to do what we can towards knowledge transfer. So we want to make sure as those people retire, before they retire, they can help train the new people, and so we get the next succession planning going for the future. So yes, we know we're going to have some retirements.
Do you know if it's a large number or we're just?
It's always a large number when
It
you're a
is.
small agency, so I don't think it's 10% of our staff like it was in 2019, but I know, I can't tell people's business, but
Okay.
I know there's some, yes.
Thank you. With that, let me turn it to Member Gaines.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. And you're doing a great job. I really appreciate all this information. You mentioned our vacancy rate is at 14% for the BOE. Is that comparable to California state?
It's, yes, depending on the agency. Some agencies have more and some have less. Right now, I think the vacancy rates are rising throughout California. When you look at the reports that are being published on vacancy rates, we're at the low side, and we're lucky to have that. Others are having more dramatic retirements.
Okay.
And that's part of that is because we do recruit a lot of people from the counties, so they come to the state and they're trying to hit a 20-year mark here as well.
Okay,
So-
very good. Yeah, thank you. And then you had mentioned that you had attended 5 events for outreach. Can you tell me a little bit about like where those were? And
So the recruitment team, I didn't personally get to
The-
go,
yeah.
but they did, and I'm gonna try it offhand. One was in Sacramento, was the first one, and that was an event that was for a no degree required event. And that event was it was on the news that evening and how many people showed up. And a lot of the people that were there did have degrees rather. And so everyone was looking for a state job, interested in getting a job. We also had
where
one.
was that? I'm just curious as to where that was. 'Cause it
That was held by EDD, and it was in
Okay.
downtown.
Okay, good, thank you.
We also went to Sac State, I want to say Monterey, Davis, and there's one more. I didn't bring my notes from last week, I'm sorry. Where? Oh, Santa Cruz, thank you.
Wow. That's great.
And so a lot of times we do them remotely,
Mhm.
and that's, one of the things that COVID did bring to us is realizing you can recruit, you can do things remotely, just like we're doing today.
Excellent.
So-
That's great. Well done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Controller.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Renati. I really appreciate your report and all the hard work you're doing. I think it's important to get out there on the road too, and like you said, visiting UC schools and CSU schools, and also reaching out to people. They may not even have a degree, but are interested in the work. You mentioned really quickly in your presentation that you're recruiting the names from those events. And are we putting it into a database? Is there any type of further outreach that we're doing over the course of time? Let's just say maybe it's a student that has to get his or her degree first, or somebody that maybe is finishing a training program and interested in working in the BOE, maybe not now, but sometime in the future. And if we're still like having open channels of communication.
And thank you for that question, because I wanted to clarify my comment. We do take names of people that want more information, and we send them information regarding, the state hiring process in general, because it is a very specific merit hiring process. It is not typical when you apply for a job in what I call the real world. So we contact them, tell them about our positions. At the same time, we share that information with CDTFA, they're our partners in recruiting, and they share with us. So we do maintain a listing of those people that come. Of course, they don't get priority because we do merit hiring, but we do keep in contact with them if they need help. Many times we're helping people get jobs that perhaps they don't want to come to BOE, they just want in state service. So part of our recruiter's job is to provide information on state government and different jobs available. Many of our people coming to us may not want to be appraisers, but they're interested in being like an analyst. So we help them. We have many analyst positions at our office, bring them in-house, and then sometimes we're able to talk those people into becoming, appraisers down the road. But yes, we keep track of them. But again, we can't give a hiring preference because they asked.
Where you're working with our sister agencies, the OTA, CDTFA, and others, and just kind of using that information and data and seeing what the right fit and right placement is, not only for the employee but the employer as well, because I think that's when you get the best out of any career. So thank you for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
You mentioned earlier in your presentation some of the potential budget items coming up. I was wondering, are we anticipating any fiscal in the year 24-25 that might be coming forward?
Budget? Are you
In
asking
terms of
about
our
budget
budget,
drills?
yes.
Like if we're always anticipating perhaps having budget drills, which is a reduction in our budget.
Right.
And those are typically due, to the economy. So far, we haven't heard of any budget drills coming our way, so we've been happy, but with the state of the budget, we don't know, so.
Yeah, that's why I was curious, because I know at one point they were putting out a high figure and it's been kind of chopped down and reduced a little bit. I was wondering if you were getting any feedback on
I
that.
haven't heard any hints. That's why we're trying to fill our vacant positions that we have. Because right now, we have a lot of work to do, and we want to make sure we have staffing and workforce capacity to get the work done, so.
Thanks. With that, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti.
All right. The next item on today's agenda is item 10, Communication Chief's Quarterly Report. Report on the status of BOE communications for the third quarter. This matter is being presented by Mr. Kim.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. I'm Peter Kim, BOE's Chief Communications Officer. Today, I'll provide a brief overview of some major highlights and accomplishments of the department in the third quarter of 2023. As outlined in the memo that's part of the agenda, I will provide a summary of the communications efforts for the 2023 Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing, activity related to the BOE website, and recently updated BOE publications. In collaboration with the Chief of the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office, the department implemented a broad communication strategy to inform the public, taxpayers, and stakeholders regarding this year's Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing. Similar to last year, we provided to the board an outreach toolkit consisting of the flyer, a public service announcement, social media graphics, suggested talking points in e-blast message, an image for use as a web button on external partners' websites, and web links for additional information regarding the hearing. We also continued our electronic communications by leveraging the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing listserv and sending multiple e-blasts to those on that list. In addition, e-blasts were sent to all known email addresses associated with entities filing alcoholic beverage tax returns. Also, the BOE website featured a dedicated banner regarding the hearing, along with taxpayers and stakeholders being able to utilize an electronic rather than paper form to submit comments or concerns leading up to the hearing date. Finally, in partnership with the TRA office, outreach materials were provided to BOE Advisory Council members, statewide taxpayer organizations and associations, and all state legislative offices. Numerous organizations and legislative offices highlighted the hearing on their social media accounts and electronic communications. Members, as you know, the BOE website is a critical tool in communicating and providing essential and up-to-date information to stakeholders and the general public. In the last quarter, since the Proposition 19 webpage was launched on November 10, 2020, there have been approximately 557,271 unique external page views through September 30th, 2023. This is an additional 44,303 page views since last quarter. Through the board's leadership, a translate button to offer translation to non- or limited English-speaking individuals has also been available since June 10th, 2022. The webpage offers 7 language options: Spanish, Traditional and Simplified Chinese, Filipino or Tagalog, Vietnamese, Korean, and Armenian. There have been approximately 4,421 unique external page views since September 30th, 2023, and this is an additional 671 page views since last quarter. Finally, I will provide a brief update on an updated publication the department facilitated in the last quarter. The California State Board of Equalization Fact Sheet, Publication 1, was redesigned and updated last quarter. The fact sheet was first created in February of 2019, and some major changes to the fact sheet include a professionalized look and design, updated revenue numbers, updated description of our tax programs and responsibilities, and the addition of our social media channels and the board member roster. Last quarter, I electronically notified the board of this updated fact sheet, but I have also provided a copy of the fact sheet as well as our Proposition 19 fact sheet and information sheets. You should have received this folder on the dais with all of the information sheets and fact sheets that have been published. It is our hope that in your outreach activities in your respective equalization districts, that these materials can be used to assist your constituents and taxpayers. So members, this concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Member Gaines, go ahead.
One comment. Thank you for the presentation, but encouraged to see that we've expanded the language options. Did you say 7?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, it's 7 languages: Spanish, Traditional and Simplified Chinese, Tagalog, Vietnamese, Korean, and Armenian.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey,
Member Schaefer, do you have something? Member Schaefer. Go ahead.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Kim, we've been around for 144 years as a BOE, and most of that time we've had no contact with the computer world. And in the last 20 years, we have put great amount of information on the computer. When I came on the board, we used to discuss most every one of our cases that we resolved, and I felt that was inappropriate for us because we don't decide any of those. We're just receiving a report, and I'm happy to see that the Taxpayer's Office is content to have most of that information on the BOE website now, and we're only getting a summary of it, which saves everybody a lot of time and still gets the information out. I have noticed that the annual report of the board is only 25 pages. The annual report of the taxpayer's representative the taxpayer rights advocate is 40 pages. I do not understand why we're putting out a much bigger report for the taxpayer rights advocate than we are for the board itself. I discussed this with yourself, and you indicated that been the policy of the board to come down on expanding what we publish about the taxpayer rights advocate. Well, I'm here to say I'm part of that policy, and I don't agree with it. I think that we should have a smaller taxpayer rights advocate, and I think instead of reprinting verbatim dozens of statutes, we should refer to those statutes on the internet so that anybody that wants to look at the revenue and taxation code doesn't have to go to the annual report to find 500 words or whatever it is printed. They can just go online and get it. I think we'd have a much more effective taxpayer rights annual report if it were not over the 25 pages that we used for the board's report itself. And if instead of printing verbatim all these statutes in the Revenue and Taxations Code, we would make reference to those statutes on the internet, where you just put in RN Taxation Code California and put in the code number, and boom, you're going to get the whole elaborate code. We're not publishing a law library. If we're trying to give the entire verbiage to applicants, we don't need to give them the annual report. The annual report is for people that want to see how we're doing overall, and the people who come before us are not that concerned about that. They're concerned about how they can handle their own case. I would think we should be quicker to give those people who come before us a little handout of how better to do your case, and if you'd like a copy of the relevant codes, here they are. Those are just, handfuls of people. Instead, right now, we're publishing to the world a 40-page annual report for the Taxpayer Rights Advocate, and it includes far too many statutes verbatim. I think we have to realize this is 2023. This is the world of the internet. This is a world where lots of stuff is in our website, and if it's not on our website, you just put in Revenue and Taxations Code section so-and-so, and it will pop up. I do it all the time, and I think we'd save a lot of money in printing. And I just think it's appropriate that the annual report of Taxpayer Rights Advocate not be half again as big as ours is. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll definitely pass that along to the team. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you too, Mr. Kim. Just wanted to note that I think your work and your department is so crucial, especially on this information piece, with the communications. And as I was looking at it, your report today clearly demonstrates that the communication strategy and the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, which you mentioned, and the extensive resources provided by the BOE website, including the important information provided by the BOE publications and forums, provide great value to the public and taxpayers, and especially all the stakeholders that we've been dealing with. So appreciate it. And then I was looking through this real quickly, and it's pretty extensive, all the information, how we've expanded it over, at least in this short time.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for your kind words. And I just wanted to provide, I know that the board has already seen all of these before, but I just wanted to compile them all in one type of package so that you're aware that these resources are available for any type of outreach event you may have. I know that board offices still receive a lot of questions and concerns about Proposition 19. And if you look, there's the simple Prop 19 fact sheet. It's a simple 3-page explainer about the basic provisions of Prop 19. Of course, we have it in both Spanish and simplified Chinese, and both of our teams here have looked through that so that folks are understanding. And then, of course, our Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office has published extensive number of information sheets before and after Proposition 19 went into effect, along with information sheet for seniors and for disabled persons. There's just so much information here available, including some that we've actually got translated into Spanish. So hopefully these are tools for the board and for the taxpayers to use when they need these information in a simplified format. So we hope that these could be used quite frequently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Vasquez?
Member Schaefer, yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I was not intending to criticize Mr. Kim. I think his office does a tremendous job, and I'm fully supportive of it. I just hoping that we stop and take a look from time to time as to how we can be more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. And my Vice Chair Lieber, I think, has a comment or question.
Thank you. I really appreciate getting the examples of the handouts. I know that every time we're in a town hall kind of environment or a farmer's market or what have you, whatever the outreach event is, we really get the distillation of the wonkiest people. And there's really literally no amount of content that is too much for them. And being able to take reading material home is so critical.
Yeah.
And it's one thing to tell people, well, there's a wealth of information on the web. But if you can hand them something, I think it still becomes a really important contact. And in particular, as you were saying, with seniors, people who are proficient in Spanish language, the content is very, very important. And
Right.
they are extremely wonky people and
Yeah.
love to read it. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and if I just may add, if your offices need printed copies and if you'd like them copied, you could definitely order through the ED and she'll assign it to me and we could get it printed and send it to you as long as you give us advance notice. I know that many of your offices participate in expos and all these different things where you would have a booth for your office and therefore you could have these information sheets and fact sheets available for taxpayers to take. You know, a lot of them may not even know that these are resources that are available, and that way they could just take it home and know that the BOE is here to assist them if they have any questions. Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you. We've used it several times for resource fairs. Yeah, it's been real helpful.
Yes.
Oh, Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be very brief, but Mr. Kim, I want to thank you, one-person communication department for 40 million residents. I know it's always a heavy lift, and you always tend to show up, and I really, really appreciate these Proposition 19 fact sheets, both in Spanish and simplified Chinese. It's something that I can take back to the Controller's office and use as a template, because I just want to be sure that the BOE represents all Californians in such a diverse state. I think it's important that we don't shy away from people that maybe whose first language is not English. So I think that's important too. And I was very encouraged to hear on the BOE website that there was a utilization of the electronic form to submit comments or concerns leading up to the hearing. And I think that just in 2023, that's just spot on. That's how we want to operate as a board. And it's also an eco part of it too, where you don't have to go through the mail or anything like that, but having something that you can upload your comments and be heard, and in that position, I think is a great deal. And I want to thank you again.
Thank you. I can't take the full credit. I worked very hand in hand with our taxpayer rights advocate, Lisa Thompson. Actually, she's the author of all of this, so she she deserves the real credit. But we work together well as a team, and we know that the board really needs these resources for your outreach to taxpayers. And so I just wanted to highlight and just make sure that you're aware that these resources are available. And for the fact sheet that I included in my report this quarter, this is a fact sheet that can be utilized for any type of outreach you have with our interested stakeholders, such as the legislature. I know that in prior meetings you've voiced that many of our new legislators are not too familiar with what our mission and role is. And so hopefully this fact sheet summarizes in simple terms what our responsibilities are and what our impacts are to the state. So hopefully it will be used and it will be helpful. So
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think we still have a couple more comments or questions from Member Gaines.
Yes, thank you for those comments, Peter. I just wanted to highlight that again. I want to thank Lisa Thompson for putting this all together. It's wonderful to have these available And thank you, Peter, for your help too. And on this fact sheet, and I might be missing it, so if I am, forgive me, but I wanted to make sure on the fact sheet that we're mentioning our role for Prop 19.
Mm-hmm.
And that may be here, and maybe I'm just not looking at it closely enough.
Yes.
And also, in terms of the taxpayer rights advocate, that we have a department dedicated to that for our constituents, because I think, I love this one sheet, and I think this is a great opportunity for us when we do our visits with legislators. They want to know what we're doing, and so we can give them in a, it's a 2-pager on one sheet of paper and just pass that to them.
Yes.
So just, and clarify if I'm missing something or if there's a rationale for not having that on here.
Yes, thank you for that question, Board Member Gaines, and you actually raised a great point in terms of the Proposition 19 implementation and the TRA office. As you know, anytime we do type of an update for publications, we do a thorough review and to determine what we can include and what we cannot include. And since there's so much limited space, we just focused on the fact sheet in terms of what our direct responsibilities are. But if I could just, I know that you've seen it before, but we have this publication 21G, which is also sort of like a summary of what the BOE does. And on this publication, it does mention about the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office.
All right.
And so it's just a matter of who your audience is. And so what our goal was to give you various types of tools for whoever the audience you may be reaching out to. If it's a short, some folks are just very, attention span is very limited, then just give them the fact sheet. If they're more interested, you could give them the 21G, which has more detail. And of course, more of our comprehensive review of the BOE is our annual report. And there it does talk about all of our responsibilities and what we've achieved in the fiscal year, including Proposition 19 implementation. So it's just a matter of who the audience is and how you want to, what tools you want to use to relay the message. So
And that 21G is more extensive than this?
That's correct. Yeah, it's this thing. It has. I'll provide a copy too, but.
So maybe that's what we ought to be using.
Yeah, this is another tool you could use too.
Interface with the
Yes.
legislator then. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think with that, we're complete. Mr. Kim.
Thank you.
All righty. The next item on today's agenda is item 11, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Report. Update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. This matter is being presented by Ms. Thompson.
Welcome. Your ears, I'm sure, were ringing back there.
I probably heard a few things. My name's anyway. So, good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, the Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm here to provide you with an update on the activities of the TRA office. First, I'd like to share with you some statistics on the number of taxpayer cases completed by the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office last month. Attached to the public agenda notice is a memo from our office to the Executive Director reporting the number of completed and resolved cases. The memo provides figures by board member district, by category, and by topic. In September 2023, we completed 26 cases. 4 were in board member Gaines's district, 13 in member Lieber's district, 3 in member Schaefer's, 3 in member Vasquez's district, and 6 were in board member Schaefer's district. Next, I wanted to update the members on actions taken by the TRA office in response to taxpayers who submit public comments for a board meeting under items not under the agenda, and also for a public comment that was received as part of the board work group item. As the members may recall, there was some discussion last month at the September 24th board meeting about whether public comments submitted by a taxpayer indicating that they're seeking assistance under an agenda item for matters not on the agenda were forwarded to the TRA office for assistance. And I'd like to confirm, as a matter of practice, that as long as the taxpayer provided their contact information, that the board proceeding sections forwards those public comments to us, received from taxpayers from the items not on the agenda, and then the TRA office will assist that taxpayer. After we receive that comment, we assist the taxpayer as best that we can. There was one public comment received for the September board meeting that was forwarded to our office by board proceedings, and our office took action on that after the meeting. The public comment was submitted under Agenda Item 1, Matters Not on the Agenda, from a constituent in San Diego County, District 4, Member Schaefer's district, and we responded to that taxpayer addressing his concerns about the base year value transfer. Additionally, for the August board meeting, there was a public comment submitted under a board work group item specifically for veterans exemption, disabled veterans exemption, and homeowners exemption from a taxpayer in the Bay Area from District 2, Vice Chair Lieber's district. We coordinated with the assessor's office and then responded to the taxpayer addressing their concerns about the parent-child transfer and the base year value that was established granting that exclusion. Going forward, as part of my update, if there is a public comment submitted for a board meeting under items not on the agenda that board proceedings forwards to the TRA office, then I will let the members know as a part of my update once we have assisted them. That concludes my updates. I'm available if there are any questions.
I just had one quick, it was more of a comment than a question, but first of all, just thank you for the report, Ms. Thompson. I appreciate the excellent work your office has been doing really to assist many of our offices when we've forward things, especially to the taxpayers. You know, you've been real good about troubleshooting and giving them the assistance. And I've never heard anybody call back and say that they weren't satisfied. So just wanted to get that out there. But I was wondering, what is the most common way that taxpayers are connected to your office and to receive assistance?
The most common way is a board intake form that we have available on our website. Also through phone contacts, so taxpayers contact our office directly by those two methods mostly.
Thank you. With that, I don't see any other hands, so we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on today's agenda is item 12, Chief Counsel Quarterly Report. Report on the legal department's workload for the third quarter. This matter will be presented by the Chief Counsel, Mr. Nanjo.
Thank you, Mary. Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez, Vice Chair Lieber, honorable members of the board. My name is Henry Nanjo. I'm the Chief Counsel of the Board of Equalization, and I'm presenting today the legal department's quarterly report covering the third quarter of 2023. On the team status, first, a quick note on the legal team's composition. We continue to work on filling our remaining vacancies in 2023. We recently filled an AGPA position and an SSA position and have a new attorney joining the team on November 1st. Now on to the legal department's workload report for the third quarter of 2023. Members, our 2023 state assessed appeals season has begun. I have 2 attorneys serving as appeals attorneys and conferences are ongoing. Other members of the legal team are representing the department. While the state assessment appeals season is ongoing, the regular workload of the legal department continues, and now I'll provide a few topical highlights. Members, as you know, our litigation attorney continues to provide confidential monthly written litigation reports to the board, as well as appropriate public updates to our website on the BOE's public litigation roster. This month's confidential litigation report should be arriving in your inboxes in the next couple of days. And I have my litigation attorney who will be presenting in closed session an update of some of our more active cases. Currently, we have 20 cases in various phases of litigation. Our litigation attorney will be providing an update on 2 of those cases in closed session, La Paloma and the Pac Bell case. The next item is we will continue to closely monitor and handle the board's litigation cases, and will continue to keep you informed and updated of any developments in closed session or via confidential memorandum as appropriate. In the area of Public Records Act and disclosure requests, in the third quarter, we had completed 59 PRA or disclosure inquiries. This work is steady and ongoing, and the workload is dependent upon the volume of public inquiries. In the area of administration support, members, you'll recall administration assignments are typically requested by the Board Proceedings Division or Exec Office covering various administrative or board meeting-related issues. In the third quarter, we had 20 completed assignments. We continue to provide support to the agency as needed. In the area of publications review, members, in the area of agency publications, the legal department has completed 46 legal reviews in the third quarter. These publications include items originated from the property tax and communications departments, as well as other agency publications. We expect this work to continue in the fourth quarter of 2023. In the area of regulations, in the third quarter, we continue our progress on Property Tax Rule 192, Property Tax Audit Selection. The board granted permission for the staff to initiate the rulemaking process for the Property Tax Rule 192 during the June 2023 board meeting. We expect work in this category to continue in the fourth quarter, and will keep the board apprised of the rules to be adopted and/or amended. In the area of technical program or technical advice, in the third quarter, the team responded to 26 email inquiries and 9 phone call inquiries regarding property tax technical advice. Subjects in this area included Proposition 19 intergenerational transfers, Proposition 19 base year value transfers, adverse possession, legal entities, assessment appeals boards, joint tenancies, validity of deeds, decanting and distribution of trusts, step transaction, and multiple exemptions such as disabled veterans exemption, homeowners exemption, public school exemption, and community land trusts. We also completed 4 special projects, which included research on projects on legislation and legal entities, as well as internal and board meeting-related chief counsel memoranda. 2 of those were regarding legislation. 1 was research on assessment practices for the Joint Legislative Audit Committee report, and 1 was a project regarding long-term leases with proportional transfer of properties. Finally, members, for the third quarter, the legal department issued a total of 5 legal opinions or memos, which included property tax technical advice opinions regarding long-term leases, trust distributions, and properties owned by nonprofit organizations. The other 2 were technically taken care of by email or phone, but regarded public school exemption and appealing with the Assessment Appeals Board. Members, that concludes my report. I am available to answer any questions you have.
Yeah.
Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Nanjo.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. And are we okay on staffing?
Staffing is always a challenge, but we are filling vacancies as we have them. The 3 that I mentioned, we had some staff members who I'm happy for them, but they got promotions by going to other departments, so we've
Okay.
backfilled. So
Okay.
we're keeping
So
steady.
We're working on that. and
Absolutely.
Filling those. Good, thank you. And then I was curious as to how much time you're spending on Prop 19 related issues.
I wouldn't say a lot of time on Proposition 19. We get as you heard from my report, we get a pretty good potpourri of various questions. Prop 19 is probably more than the rest, but I wouldn't say it's an extraordinary amount. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, okay, very good. It's not a majority
No,
of your
no.
inquiries.
Yeah. We could definitely get a garden variety of all kinds of things.
Do you have a sense of percentage-wise how many of the inquiries relate to Prop 19?
It's hard for me to tell, but I would
Okay.
say probably under 20%.
Yeah, all right. But that's an increase, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
interesting, you know.
It comes and goes. It's really interesting. I'm not sure if there's a particular cycle, but we do see that number kind of wax and wane throughout the year.
Yeah, and we have, just an observation, we've basically, implemented Prop 19 with no additional staffing,
Correct.
right? I mean, we filled some vacancies, but we've taken on a big responsibility, and so I think that speaks well to the agency and making sure we're staffed up legally, but also to the entire team. So thank you for that, and thank you to our executive director, Stowers, too, for getting through all that. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind words. I'll definitely pass it on to my team.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing no other hands, I think we're good.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ms. Cicchetti, where are we at now?
All righty, so we're finished with item 12. We're going into item 13. Property Tax Deputy Director's Report. Report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues, including letters to assessors, appraisal training and certification, assessment practice surveys, quarterly report, and the state assessed property. These items will be presented by Mr. Young and his team.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez, honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young. I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. So for you today, I actually have 4 reports. The first 2 will be given by Ms. Glenna Schultz. She will give the report on letters to assessors and appraiser training and certification. I will follow that with the quarterly report for the surveys, and Mr. Jack McCool, the chief of the state assessed properties, will finish up with a report on what's going on in state assessed division. So if you're ready, I'll have Ms. Schultz start with the letters to assessors.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I am Glenna Schultz, Principal Property Appraiser in the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. In addition, the memo provides a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff has issued a total of 35 LTAs for calendar year 2023. Since our last board meeting, 3 of those LTAs have been issued and are summarized as follows. An LTA that announces the annual interest component for the assessment of restricted open space land for the 2024 lien date. An LTA that announces the annual interest component for the assessment of restricted historical property for the 2024 lien date, and an LTA on the classification of wireless communication towers. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
I just had one quick question. First of all, thank you for your report, Ms. Schultz. And regarding the LTA on historical property, do we foresee any negative impacts on results of the rate increase?
No, this is an annual LTA.
Okay.
Okay, I will now provide a brief report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program. For the 2023-24 fiscal year, we have scheduled 34 classes and 3 workshops. To date, 16 of the 34 classes have been completed. Since the last board meeting, 7 classes have been taught. We also continue to offer our existing online basic training courses available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses and self-study training sessions available on the BOE's website. This concludes my report on training and certification, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Seeing no hands, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will go ahead and proceed with my report on assessments practice survey. So before I actually cover that, may I just circle back around to your question? You asked whether you thought the rates, your question was whether the rates may have an adverse effect on these properties that are restricted under contract for as an historical property? The answer is probably no. What this rate is, it's actually an interest component. So if your property, if you enter a contract with the local government and you preserve your historically significant property, you're given one extra valuation. It's a restricted valuation, and it's a capitalization of income. So with the increase in the interest rates, the interest component actually goes up a little. And if you recall, as the rates go up, the values go down. It's an adverse, it's a reverse relationship. So when the rates go up, the people that are actually have their homes as restricted, they actually see a little bit of a benefit. Their restricted valuation actually goes down a little bit. So it's probably one of the rare instances where a rate increase actually helps somebody, a taxpayer.
Yeah, because I was wondering, because it shows like a jump of 4.5%, for example.
Yeah, that is reflective of the higher interest rates, but it's income divided by rate equals value. So as your denominator goes up, your value goes down. So it's like I said, it's one of the rare instances where an increase in rate actually helps out a little bit. And and if you will indulge me just a little bit more, before I go into the quarterly report for the survey program, I just wanted to mention that we talked a lot about vacancies and filling vacancies and whatnot. It's not really a vacancy. Well, it is a vacancy. One of the things that I'm really, really excited about for the property tax department is today's actually the final filing date for our two chiefs position. We had in the county assessed properties division, we had one chief. We reorganized that division, and we actually divided some of the tasks between two chiefs. That will do that. I'm hoping that will create tremendous benefits down the road. We will have a dedicated chief to the survey unit, and we will have a dedicated chief that will handle the rest of the functions under the county assessed properties division. That process took quite a while to do. I want to recognize Ms. Renati's leadership in that aspect. She got a lot of the paperwork done. The staff has basically closed ranks and basically kept the functioning of that unit up. It took about a year, and so today's the final filing date. We have applications for both units, and I'm really looking forward to being able to enhance the functioning of that unit. So that I think that deserves to be called out a little bit. So with that, I will shift to our quarterly report for the surveys. I only have one to report on this quarter. It's Santa Clara County. It's a big county. It's actually it's the fourth largest county in assessment value wise. As a top 10 county, we did both a qualitative and a quantitative review of their property tax administration. We went in and took a qualitative look at 3 areas. We looked at their administration, we looked at their assessments of real property, and we looked at their assessment of personality. So for administration, we actually found that we were actually really well run, and we did not have any recommendations on that. For the real property, we found 2 recommendations. We reviewed some change in ownership, declines in value, and new construction. And we found 2 areas where we made recommendations for improvements. To the assessor's credit, they've already implemented one, and they've already indicated that as time and resources permit, they'll implement the other. And then the very last one is the assessment of personality, business property. We found one recommendation there, and the assessors already acknowledged that they intend to implement that also. With the qualitative review, we also did a quantitative review. So we took a representative sample of their assessment roll, and we basically did a review appraisal, and we established what we thought the ideal assessment should be for each one of those properties. 100% is perfect. We match 100. We match across the board. And they got 99.41, so really good. The absolute variance is 1.32%. The state mandated lower minimum is 95% and 7.5%. So they hit all the marks because we did not find any significant issues, and they were well within the assessment ratio. We were able to certify them to basically recuperate some of their administrative costs for supplemental assessments. So that is the one I have for this quarter. We will have many more for you next quarter. So I'm available for any questions you may have on that.
Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could, thank you. I just had been talking to my staff a little bit about declining values of large office buildings throughout the state of California, especially in cities. And I'm wondering if maybe you could speak to that a little bit. Do you have a sense of what the impact that is financially for cities with large
Yes.
buildings? I mean, we have it here in Sacramento,
Right.
the Bay Area.
Right.
I
Right.
don't know to what extent in or LA.
Yeah.
Or San Diego, but is it as big as I think it is, or is there so much property value that it really doesn't make that much of an impact on the bottom line? I really don't know.
It actually is a little bit of both. The decline or potential decline in office space, it's not uniform across the state. Some areas have been hit a little harder than others, and some areas have, even though they have had a higher vacancy, either one, due to COVID and to now telework, many of the lessees are still paying on their space. We're kind of waiting and kind of seeing when that stops being the case. When that stops being the case, then we may see some real impact on it. I know San Francisco, I know some of their core areas, their financial districts. There is a lot of vacancy, and it's true for many of the larger urban areas. But so far, in general, rents are still, even though they're vacant, rents are still being paid on it. So it's one of those situations where everybody's kind of waiting with the bated breath.
Okay.
When that happens, I suspect we're all hoping and praying for a soft landing.
Yeah.
But just in case it doesn't happen, it's always in the back of our minds.
I heard on the radio this morning about a company in I think San Francisco or the Bay Area that had negotiated with the landlord
Right.
and paid $75 million in rent to walk away.
Wow.
And that company was priding themselves
Yeah.
in hiring folks that could work out of the home.
Right.
Which I
Right.
thought was very interesting. But, that's
You-
that's going to be a lot of vacant space, and I guess they're obligated by a lease, just
Right.
as you're describing, to pay those rents. But
Yeah.
at some point, there's going to be some empty space there.
Yeah, I think what is kind of contributing to it right now also is there are some industries that are a lot more amenable to remote work and working from home, and some just are not. Part of the issue is that I'm not sure all the major employers, I know remote work and telework is here to stay, but at what level? I'm not even sure a lot of the Fortune 500 CEOs are sure either. You hear about a lot of high tech, which you think would be normally really ripe for working at home, calling all their employees back. So I think they're all trying to figure this thing out.
Yeah,
too.
they also cited an example of a company that was going to require that their employees come in
Right.
at least 3 days a week.
Right.
But that's still not optimal utility of that building. And I would imagine when the leases come up, they'll be negotiating that lease cost down.
I suspect you're correct. They'll look really
And that's
hard
got to
at the
affect
bottom line.
assessed value, right?
It's, yeah, it all depends on what their base year value is.
Yeah.
If they bought it a long time ago, it may not have nearly the impact. If you got it recently, then yeah.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. No other questions? I will turn it over to Mr. McCool for State Assessed Properties Division.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide information on the status of ongoing work in our division. Staff mailed the 2023 private railroad car tax bills earlier this month ahead of the October 15th statutory deadline. Bills were sent to 208 private railroad car assessees. The property tax is due on December 10th, and as a reminder, the revenue from these tax bills is deposited into the state's general fund. Staff continue to make good progress on our 2023 property tax audits. Staff sent initial 2023 audit letters to assessees this past June, and most of those audits have now been completed. The completed audit reports are now being reviewed. Several audits that have resulted in no value change recommendation have been closed, and those assessees have been notified that their audits have been completed, no material changes have been found, and they were thanked for their cooperation. The remaining audits with recommended value changes will come before the board in the next few months. SAPD staff also continue to make progress on our petition workload. Staff participated in appeals conferences earlier this month, and we have more set for mid-November. We continue to work with petitioners on trying to find resolutions to outstanding issues. That concludes my monthly report for the State Assessed Properties Division, and I am available to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any hands. I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Kitty, I noticed we have the controller on the
On the
line now.
Yes.
And she was available for the
Afternoon.
close, how you doing? Welcome.
Thank you.
For the closed session. So are
That's
we able to just move in?
Yeah, okay, first we
And then
need
we
to
can come back?
recess. So we recess right now and to go into closed session. So
And
we can
here's our
make
legal. Here we
An
go.
official announcement, yes.
You guys are seeing a lot of me today. I apologize.
That's a-
So Julia Himvitz on behalf of the legal department. Before we go into closed session, we do need to
Yes.
provide an opportunity for the public to provide comment, although they're not allowed in closed session.
Okay.
Yes. I appreciate that, yeah. So before we go into closed session, we have to call for public comment on the item. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding closed session?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a public comment about closed session, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And there's currently no one queuing up at this time, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. So that we could go to recess, I just want to remind both Member Schaefer and Controller Cohen that the closed session is on a different meeting and that they are to leave this meeting and go to that one.
So when they re-log on, it'll come out in there.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
I don't know if you heard that, Member Schaefer, and I think Controller
He's got instructions.
Cohen got it.
I just wanted to make it a public comment.
So
Yeah,
now-
I'm aware.
So now we would be appropriate to take a short recess, and then we can move into closed session.
So we'll take a short recess at 2:32
Thank you.
into closed session, and then we'll come back.
Thank you.
We're good. It is 3:06, so we're going to reconvene the meeting. And let me, I guess we officially have to report out there was
Yes,
no
and I'd
action
be-
taken.
Yes, I would
Just for
like
the
to
record.
report that the board went into closed session. No action was taken.
And with that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would call our next item.
All righty. We'll continue on our agenda today. The next item on the agenda is item 14, Special Taxes Quarterly Report. Report on the special taxes workload for the third quarter. This matter will be presented by Ms. Williams.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Laura Williams. I'm the BOE Technical Advisor for the Special Tax Programs, which are the alcoholic beverage tax and the tax on insurers programs. Today, I will give you a report on the program updates since my last quarterly report. I'll start with the tax on insurers program. The program currently has 2,736 insurance accounts, which is up from the 2,716 in July, so 20 additional accounts. The revenues for this program in fiscal year 23-24, according to the October 2023 Department of Finance Bulletin, are over $934 million, which is $13 million or 1.5% above the forecasted amount. The program remains very compliant. The other program is the alcoholic beverage tax program. There are currently 10,726 alcohol accounts. This is up from 10,636 accounts in July. The revenues for this program in fiscal year 23-24, again, according to the October 2023 Department of Finance Bulletin, are at $112 million, which is approximately $2 million or 1.9% below the forecasted amount. As we have discussed in the past, for the wine growers, as a result of Senate Bill 518, they have the option to opt in or opt out of having their tax information publicly available. Of the most recent filings, in May, there were 166 filers. Of those, 103 selected to opt out. And in June, there were 1,111 filers. Of those, 700 selected to opt out. In regards to the opt-out, Senate Bill 388 was chaptered this fall, which will require beer manufacturer returns to become publicly available starting in 2024. We have been meeting with CDTFA to help the implementation process for this bill. Since we did 518 and SB 388 really mirrored 518, the language is almost verbatim the same. We had a lot already kind of done that we could go from. So they will have a special notice that will be distributed to the taxpayers in December of 2023, which we worked on with them. And also the banner on the CDTFA website in the alcohol area has been updated to reflect that SB 388 has been passed and chaptered. They are also working, and it's projected to be done actually on time, if not early, to have all of the internal, such as the technology aspects required for the implementation completed. So with that will conclude my report, unless you have any additional questions.
I have questions.
Oh, go ahead, Member Schaefer.
Yes, Ms. Williams, you said the Alcoholic Beverage Control Program had $112 million for the revenue. I find that incredible in that is that rounded off to the nearest million, or are the taxes in billion-dollar increments? How could we possibly get 112 million even?
So this was what was published in the Department of Finance Bulletin. They do round to the nearest million. And this also, if the numbers sound low, it's because the fiscal year just started. So they will go up as the fiscal year continues on.
So it was a rounding off, okay. And can you tell me, when did we last have a hearing on alcoholic tax? Have we had a hearing in the last decade or in the last year? I don't recall one, and I've been around here.
As far as an appeals hearing that the board has heard, there have been no hearings since we did the split of the two agencies. I mentioned in my quarterly report that it's a very compliant program, and so that's part of likely one of the reasons that there haven't been many appeals hearings.
So there were hearings in 2017 or earlier?
There have been hearings in the past, but when the exact last one happened, I don't know. Since I came on board, there have not been any.
Well, is it because we're doing such a great job, or is there something that indicates we'll never have a hearing?
No, one of the reasons that the alcohol program is very compliant is because there are several agencies in that industry that help with regulations. So for instance, TTB has several auditors and conducts audits. ABC is involved. There are also local agencies involved. And then BOE, through our interagency agreement, we also have an audit program. So there's a lot of reporting happening, and that really behooves the taxpayers to be accurate in their reporting.
So I may not live to make a decision on an alcoholic matter.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not going to comment.
I thank you.
You're welcome.
I've got a question if I could.
Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, I would ask a similar question as regards to insurers in terms of compliance.
Yes, we have had insurance hearings are a little more frequent than alcohol hearings.
Yeah, okay. And you had mentioned that I think you said there were 20 additional insurers?
Yes, accounts.
Or accounts,
Yes.
okay. So what would be the difference between an account and an insurer?
Well, so there are different programs that we have.
Okay.
So like there's surplus line brokers, and then there's maybe potentially one insurer could be involved in more than one part of the industry.
Right, that's right. Okay, very well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The only question I had was just, you mentioned, you're talking about the beer manufacturing piece. Do you anticipate a large demand from the manufacturers moving forward on this issue?
As far as the asking for the public records
Yes.
of them? I am unsure. We will kind of have to wait to see how it, once it goes out, because they haven't really had the opportunity to ask for this information.
So you're not anticipating any, like, an overload on this piece?
Not at the moment. We don't quite know what the volume will be.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, I think we're good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty.
With that, Ms. Cicchetti, what's our next order?
Our next item on the agenda is item 15, Legislative Research and Statistic Division Chief's Report. Update on administrative and program-related legislative bills impacting the BOE. This item is being presented by Mr. Angelo.
Welcome. I know you've been real busy these last few months.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. Ted Angelo with the Legislative Division. I'll try to keep it brief today, but I'm kind of giving a recap of everything that just went to the governor, and there was a lot of activity. So if I'm holding you back from a flight, just tap me. But there was One thing I wanted to say from an administrative side before I get into the legislative update is we recently filled a vacancy in my area. So I'm happy to relay that we filled an analyst position, so it's going to be very helpful for us in data gathering and coordinating and being responsive as an agency to those that need information from us. So I'm pleased to report that we're part of what Ms. Renati was reporting in terms of filling those vacancies and being responsive. So today I'm just going to provide a summary of the bills that we're following and that I've updated you on over the last couple of months and that I send weekly updates to you about. And I'll give greater detail on the status of the board-sponsored and board-supported proposals, like I did last month a little bit. And I'll cover a summary of the other bills that will impact BOE that were recently signed by the governor prior to the October 14th deadline. There were about 32 bills we're closely tracking, and 19 of those and some constitutional amendments have gone forward and either been signed or passed by the legislature and will go on the ballot. Again, I send those weekly updates, so you're not surprised by these, but I will give a brief summary today of those that I've just mentioned. So the board-sponsored legislation I've covered the last couple of months, so I'm not going to give a full rundown of those again, but SB 889 and SB 890, that was put forward by the Senate Governance and Finance Committee on behalf of the tax agencies as omnibus measures. Both passed and were signed. SB 889 is effective on the first of the year, 2024, and SB 890 has some provisions that are effective immediately, so it's an urgency bill. And that is the one with the intergenerational transfer exclusions that we've talked about before for age 55 and older disabled disaster-based year transfer values. That's SB 890, so that one is effective right away. So on the board-supported legislation, AB 556 Gallagher was signed by the governor on October 8th, and it's effective immediately. And this one extends the Camp Fire Disaster Proclamation as an urgency statute, continuing that benefit for folks that were hit by that tragedy. SB 4 by Senator Wiener is planning and zoning housing development, and that's the housing development project be allowed to be a use by right, quote unquote, upon the request of an applicant who submits an application for streamlined approval. So SB 4, effective January 1st, 2024, that the board supported. So that's two. And again, I'm proud to say that the board supported proposals were all signed that I'm covering right now. SB 423 for multifamily streamlined housing approvals by Senator Wiener, signed by the governor, effective January 1st of next year. And it streamlines and expedites the ministerial approval process first established under SB 35 by the same author back in 2017 for multi-unit housing in cities that are falling short of their regional housing needs allocation, and extends that sunset by 10 years until January 1st, 2036. And I covered the details of that bill last month, so I won't go into all the provisions of it again. SB 588 by Senator Allen is a 2-year bill. So that bill is a welfare exemption. I covered it last month. And we will go over in the months ahead as to what the author plans to do next year, if he plans to move that bill next year, or if there's cost implications with that one. SB 734 Rubio regarding possessory interests is one that the board supported and was signed by the governor effective January 1st of next year. And this is the one that where existing law requires this is a complicated topic when you start talking about possessory interests, but this is the one that makes certain that those in subsidized and low-income housing won't be assessed a possessory interest for being in those units. Beyond that, there's much more complicated aspects of possessory interests and JPAs, but that's not part of what this bill was intending to protect. So I'll leave that one there. SB 871 by Senator Archuleta as a 2-year bill, and that's for that and SCA 6, the constitutional amendment for the veterans exemptions, where they combine the two. Those were both held at the end of session. Will get put over till next year as a 2-year bill. Constitutional amendments, it's held at the Assembly desk, so it's gone through the committee process, so it could be taken up at any time if they decide to move on SCA 6 next year. So that's it for the board supported and the board sponsored. Now I'm going to cover a little bit in the same manner other legislation that impacts the BOE that was recently signed by the governor. AB 84 Ward, which we were neutral on, but had supportive feelings about early on, but were working with the assessors on concerns that they had. This bill was scaled back, and now it allows for the partial exemption for the welfare exemption that's allowed under current law. This bill expands the list of entities that qualify for partial exemption to include entities financed by 501c3 bonds. So it just offers another funding vehicle, and there was no opposition as they work through other concerns in that bill. AB 84 Ward signed, and that bill is effective. I'm going to double check this one, but I have it effective immediately in that it's in effect. AB 519 by Chiavos is Affordable Housing Finance Work Group. This is one that we were tracking. It requires reviewing entities to jointly convene an affordable housing finance work group to develop recommendations for state administered programs to utilize a consolidated application for multifamily affordable rental housing developers to use in obtaining grants, soft loans, low-income housing tax credits, tax-exempt bonds, federal funds, and other subsidies as applicable. So it's kind of a working group bill, kind of similar to some of the work that you have been doing as a board in your working groups, looking for solutions to affordable housing in finance. That bill's effective January 1, 2024, and I'll let you know who's part of the working group, as information comes forward. AB 1361 by Assemblymember Hoover. This is the Veterans Exemption Preliminary Eligibility, effective January 1 of next year. This one authorizes county assessors to provide written or electronic determination of preliminary eligibility for the disabled veterans tax exemption. That one had no opposition, and it's kind of just updating the electronic capabilities there. AB 1500 by Assemblymember Irwin, chair of the Rev and Tax Committee on the Assembly side. That bill is similar to the Gallagher bill I mentioned earlier, where it authorizes substantially damaged or destroyed disaster properties to apply the base year value of that property to replacement property reconstructed on the same site within a specified number of years after the disaster. And as long as the property is comparable to the substantially damaged or destroyed property, and it extends the time period. That was initially in place after the Woosley fire and the Camp Fire back from 2018. I'm getting close, but I still have a little ways to go. AB 1528 Gibson, housing authorities. And this one specifies that property held by a nonprofit benefit corporation that is controlled by a housing authority is exempt from taxation. It was a clarification bill, no opposition to that one, effective January 1 of next year. SB 82 by Senator Sayardo, and this is for the disabled veterans exemption. This one requires a county assessor to accept an electronically generated letter of service connected disability in lieu of an original letter. There was a lot of complications with this process in the past where they would try to show they had proof and they couldn't accept it electronically, and this will help those trying to apply for that benefit. Effective January 1 of next year. SB 388 Archuleta is the beer manufacturer returns and schedules that Ms. Williams just talked about in great detail, so I'm not going to go into the details of that one. and that's effective January 1 of next year. SB 419 by Senator Roth is the extension of the personal property in space exemption. This one is effective immediately and continues and extends until January 1 of 2029. The operation of the property tax exemption for qualified property used in space flight. So this law includes findings and reportings and requirements in compliance with the expenditures under the Legislative Open Records Act and requires the Ledge Analyst's Office to provide a report where certain records it receives are confidential and not subject to that Open Records Act. So it's a little complicated in terms of proprietary information and what it must provide under existing disclosure laws, but what it must not provide under the provisions that protect that confidentiality that they worked out. SB 520 by Senator Sayardo is the homeowner's exemption, effective immediately. This is for folks that are receiving the homeowner's exemption that are not occupying the dwelling because they are confined to a hospital or a care facility. This bill shall allow them to remain deemed to occupy their current dwelling as their principal place of residence, provided that the person would occupy the dwelling if they were not confined, and if they intend to return to it, and the dwelling is not rented or leased to a person not described in specified law provisions that would allow for it. So it's really to help people that are going into comprehensive rehab and intend to go back to their property so they don't use that helpful exemption. So they don't lose that helpful exemption. The other agency administration, so that covers those that we were tracking closely for agency administration legislation signed by the governor. SB 101 Skinner we covered a few months ago, which was the budget vehicle bill for multiple departments, including our own budget, signed back in June 27th. And SB 544 Laird, which was the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act bill that I covered last month in great detail. That starts January 1 of next year after the continuation that legal went over with you last month ends at the end of this year. And those are the things that allow for remote communications and allow Mr. Schaefer to be, connected to us the way he is now and the flexibility for it as well as next year. And again, on that complex issue, legal compliance issues are being reviewed because it is complicated and closely analyzed. So our legal staff will provide further guidance in the weeks ahead to all board members prior to the January 1 effective date. On the constitutional amendments side, I included a couple of things here that are kind of closely related to the nexus of property tax and what we do as a board that weren't included on my prior updates. ACA 1 is and ACA 13 are two constitutional amendments that the legislature approved late in the session and will be part of the November 2024 ballot. And the vote thresholds bill for ACA 1 will allow specialty taxes like those to help low-income housing projects and bonds for those types of projects in different districts, allow them to be approved with a 55% instead of a 2/3 vote requirement as was required before. So it's not changing the spirit of Prop 13, but it's allowing additional provisions for voters to allow extra, similar to like a Mello-Roos type of tax, to be done with a 55% instead of the 2/3 requirement. ACA 13 is a threshold bill for special taxes, and it's one that's complicated and complex where if you want to change a vote requirement, you have to meet that same vote requirement with the ACA in what it's promoting. It's kind of a complex issue, and it could be an issue, as I've mentioned to folks before, that depending on how many ballot initiatives qualify, this could be complicated with the way ads go and the way people get confused about which one's doing what and why. we'll see what happens next year. The only other issue, and then obviously we've touched on it in terms of ACA 11, that bill was never heard in its hearing regarding the state tax agency. We'll keep you guys apprised and everyone apprised of any updates that we're hearing on that front, but nothing has changed since the updates I've provided on that. Just real quickly, since we've talked about Prop 19 quite a bit today, and I've mentioned it before, but there is the initiative that qualified, was cleared for circulation, I should say, on August 21st, and is in the signature gathering phase. That would roll back the changes to Prop 19. That would change it back to where you don't have to live in the residence, and change Prop 19 back to the way it was. That's sponsored by the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. It needs 875,000 signatures before February 20th of next year to qualify to qualify in 2024. So again, members, my analyses are posted on the website. Not my analyses, but the board and the agency's analyses. And we continue to provide your offices with those updates and responses to any inquiries you have. And that concludes my legislative update, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Man, that was pretty good, pretty thorough.
Thank you.
I had several
Sure,
notes here, but I think you answered them.
I have a question.
Oh, Schaefer, go ahead. Member Schaefer.
Yes, Ted, I'd like to ask you, does the Cal Tax and Fee Administration have a legislative analyst like yourself?
Oh, CDTFA, not Caltax, the trade association, tax association, Department of Tax and Fee Administration.
Yeah, do they have a legislative advocate like yourself? And could we assume that you'd always be on different sides of the coin, or maybe you'd be in concert with each other?
Well, they do have one, and her name is Michelle Linton, I believe. I want to make sure I don't. Yes, and we have a very good getting to know one another relationship. So it's not adversarial at all, but yes, they do. And we do talk about issues where there is a crossover still, where we have the constitutional jurisdiction over alcohol and insurance. Anytime there is something that they statutorily must put through for our joint agreements, where we have the constitutional authority and they have the governing and legislative authority to bill and collect the taxes from those entities pursuant to the agreements that took place back in 2017 going forward. We work closely with one another when anything's proposed to make sure they're not proposing something without our knowledge or vice versa. So we do work in concert with them on certain issues where there's joint jurisdiction.
I see. So there's not substantial differences. There are some differences. I mean, if you were doing the same work, I'd be content if you took over both jobs, save the taxpayers some money.
I appreciate that, but I know they need what they have, and they're doing fine work.
Thank you.
Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Ted, for this very comprehensive report. Maybe the most thorough report I've heard since I've been at the BOE as it relates to the legislature. And so thank you, and I'm sure we still have some more bills moving through that we'll get another update on next month.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're always going to be talking about new proposals or those that were the 2-year bills that might be, gaining steam or not.
Right.
And the rationale for that. So, every state is different. Some say they have a full-time legislature and some say they don't. but every session happens at, unless it's a state that has one every other year, but depending on the length of time, you're still always gathering policy information, and the members are always working on their bills, even when it's in the interim,
Right.
as you well know.
Right. And so this new assistant that you have, what would be that individual's duties?
Just helping. We didn't have administrative support. It's beyond just administrative support. It's an analyst position.
Okay.
So from a technical standpoint, it's an AGPA, which is Associate Governmental Program Analyst. So they do semi-complex analytical work, writing, but they also do administrative work for my division, which is the Legislative Research and Statistics Division.
Yes, okay.
So anytime the research experts in my unit that are not necessarily just helping on legislative analysis and fiscal and cost implications of legislation, when we're gathering data and trying to find information to give a good background for an analysis, that person will help with all the processes, either reaching out internally or reaching out externally to find information, whether it's getting a background sheet from an author's office, all those things that, technical analysts that are looking into data, it's really not something that they would normally do as part of their workload, is reaching out for background sheets on a bill. So
Sure.
it's helping with consolidating all of those other tasks, and internally and externally. So it's going to be helpful.
Similar to a ledge analyst, and when we were in the legislature, member Lieber and myself.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
very helpful.
Yes.
that's
And
great.
again, and things have changed since the bifurcation of BOE from the other tax agent, CDTFA.
Sure.
Where there were so many programs before and you needed much more. Now we realize we still are focusing on property tax issues, but we still need that. We still need that assistance and expertise to be able to provide your offices in the legislature with good, sound, fundamental, policy and fiscal analyses. So that's what
Yeah.
we're trying to do.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of bills that are moving through, so.
Sure are.
Thank you.
But not as many as before they had the bill limits back in the 80s.
I think they ought to have a bill limit over there. There's too much legislation. maybe.
Well, they did have a bill limit. They used to have, like 3,500 bills per session at least.
It was still too high.
It was.
Even with the
I'll
bill
agree
limit.
with you on that.
Thank you.
I did want to say one, unless anybody else has any more questions. I don't want to interrupt. I wanted to be responsive to Mr. Schaefer. He had asked a question last month and about what extremely low income was at the last board meeting and what that qualified for. And we knew, and we were hypothesizing as to what triggered it in either California statute or federal law. And it really comes from the federal Title 24, Part 5, Subpart F of the Section 8 housing regs for HUD. And extremely low income family it has a couple qualifiers, but it's those that are 30% of the median income for the area. So when you're 30% or lower of the median income for an area, you're extremely low income family. So that was just a technical inquiry he had asked about.
Deputy Controller, I believe, had a question.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Angelo. Really appreciate your report. It's a great way to end this meeting on a high note. There's this proposition that's creating a lot of buzz across the state of California, Proposition 1. It's the governor's backed initiative. I believe it's to overhaul the state's mental health care system. And the reason I bring that up, too, is because I believe the way it's framed it has a huge focus on housing those with suffering from mental health conditions. And I just wanted to put that on your radar. And at the appropriate time, I would love to have some type of presentation or debrief on that at your convenience too. But I believe that's making its way to the March ballot, so it's really coming up relatively soon. And I think the more well-versed that we all are as members, I think best for us to move forward to. Thank you.
through the chair and, I'll be as responsive as I can. And I know when you're finding a nexus, I agree that sometimes at first glance, it doesn't look like there's a connection, but then there is when you go down a couple of levels. When you're talking about mental health, you're like, what does that have to do with property tax? But when you're talking about housing for those and making it more affordable or finding new resources to do it, then it starts coming back to why that might be connected. So I understand your point, and it's well taken. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like from the ones you read off, I think of all the ones we supported, there's only one that didn't make it to the governor's desk. Is that
Right,
correct?
and that's because
And
it's
it's
a
still
two-year
out
bill.
there.
Yeah, it's still out there. It's a 2-year bill.
Thank you. With that, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
At this-
Cicchetti.
Yeah, at this time, we're going to do the public comment for all the executive director reports. And so I have nobody in the audience, but let's see who's at anyone on the line. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding these items?
And as a reminder, please press 1, then 0 if you would like to make public comment. We do have one in queue. It comes from the line of Brandon. Oh, one moment. Here we go. Brandon Luna, please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. So my concern was regarding the use of the mental health service tax funds and the upcoming housing developments and the current developments that are already put in place here. I live in Orange County, and I am referring to the programs that have been used to fund the development and the continuing operation of these programs that provide these supportive services to the various tenants that are qualified to reside in these units, the Mental Health Service Act units. So I was perusing through some of this information that's on the site and through these bills, and I don't see any information regarding these supportive services for the mentally ill. And from what I was understanding, that the money is being reallocated towards building these new affordable housing, but it's not going to be used or to be occupied by the people that are in these mental health programs in the county. So I was just wondering if you guys could shine a little light on that, and maybe provide a little understanding to me. Thank you.
All righty, thank you
This is
very
the one I
much for
think
your
you were
comment.
referring to. Yeah, go ahead, Member Gaines. Oh, did you have some?
Yes. Thank you. AT&T moderator, is there anyone else on the line who'd like to make a public comment?
We have no further in queue.
Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you. With that,
So
Member Gaines, go ahead.
okay, so this is not agendized, so I don't know
That's
to what degree we
correct.
can comment
We can
on
put it on
this.
the agenda for discussion in the future, if you'd like.
I'd like to make sure we answer the constituent's question, and then I don't know if it could be reported back to us in the future or how that works.
So it sounds, Julie Hamovitz, BOE Legal. The comment was being provided after the legislative report. So it was on an agendized item, but I don't, it's really on matters not on the agenda specifically. So it might be better if this is a comment that we could pass to TRA to follow up and find out if there is something that our agency can assist with.
That'd be great. Yeah, so we can expect a phone call from
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson or the folks in
Team.
her department to follow up with this constituent, and then we could hear back.
You woke her up. Here she comes.
So we'll go back and kind of listen to the tape and see how it really.
Wait, yes.
Oh, you do? Okay, well, that's helpful.
This is the same
Okay.
person who submitted the written comment.
That's what I was
correct?
looking at,
yeah. I saw that, yeah.
We'll look
So-
into to see how, if it pertains to property taxes, and then
Correct.
if it doesn't, we'll kind of look into it and direct them to the appropriate resources if it's outside of our jurisdiction.
Very well. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chair Lieber, go ahead.
Thank you. And under the pieces of the executive director's report and pursuant to the ledge report that we had, I wonder if there was already hearing done in the legislature about this, and if possible, if we could get a link to the video, because I think it's going to be of sufficient interest to our constituents that we're going to want to be briefed on it to be able to answer their questions, and March is coming up pretty darn fast as well. So if the legislature did that normal oversight hearing. Thank you.
Question of clarification, if I could,
Go ahead,
through the
Member
chair.
Gaines.
Is that in reference to Proposition 1 or?
Yes.
Yes,
to
thank you.
Proposition 1.
Yeah, I really appreciate Member Emron for bringing that up, and yeah, because I think we want to keep an eye on it as it relates to housing, and I'd like kind of a broad overview of what it is. I think it'd be very helpful for the board, but especially our constituents. So.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members. We've had 3 comments now on Proposition 1 where you're looking for some additional information. So I'm going to take that as a board consensus and have the staff look into it. I just want to make it clear on the record.
Thank you.
That'd be great. Thanks. With that, Mr. Chickadee,
Our last item on today's agenda is closing remarks and adjournment.
Yes, members, I have 2 adjournments I'd like to adjourn under. I'd like to adjourn this meeting in memory of 2 outstanding Latina leaders from Los Angeles County who made tremendous contributions in their multifaceted careers. First, I'd like to recognize Dolores Sanchez, a longtime community leader and publisher of a chain of bilingual newspapers who passed on September 28th at the age of 87. In 1969, she was among a dozen Mexican-American investors who purchased Eastern Group Publications, which at its peak operated 11 newspapers that included the East Side Sun, the Mexican-American Sun, the Commerce Comet, and the Bell Garden Sun. Working in a neighborhood that had been fractured by freeways and urban disregard, Sanchez created a critical forum for Latinos in a part of Los Angeles that had long been marginalized or overlooked. For decades, the newspaper covered high school sports, rivalries, stories of community success in English and in Spanish, but also held government agencies and others accountable, shining a spotlight on problems affecting local residents. As with other local newspapers across the country, economic challenges and changes in newspaper consumption spurred by the internet, buffered by Eastern Group Publications, leading Sanchez to shutter the business in 2018 after 40 years of operation. Sanchez was born in Phoenix but grew up in Los Angeles and had lived in the Highland Park for decades. She owned several grocery stores with her first husband. After her divorce, stayed active in political and civic groups. Time when Los Angeles the Mexican community was battling for political influence at local and state and federal levels. Sanchez was among the founders of the Mexican American Political Association, a pioneering group that sought to boost civic engagement in the early 60s and increase the number of Mexican American elected officials, as well as Chicana Service Action Center, a nonprofit that provided job training and other services for Latinas. Next, I'd like to recognize another trailblazer in both politics and environmental activism, San Fernando City Council member Cindy Montañez. She started her career in local government and then actually came up here to the legislature on the assembly side of the House and was always very active, not only here up in the northern part of the state, but in the San Fernando Valley. Montañez's drive to fight for her community had its roots in the stories of her family. Her Mexican immigrant parents settled in the northeastern San Fernando Valley, where her factories spewed chemicals and companies dumped waste with very little care for those who lived nearby. the fourth of 6 children. She grew up in a household where healthy living was emphasized as the way of survive and tough, toxic environment they lived in. For years, the family would get up every morning at 5 a.m. to run together. They also would drive to the Central Valley on weekends to pick crops, then sell them in the back home. At UCLA in 1993, Montanez, as a teenage sister, joined a 14-day hunger strike to establish the Chicano Studies Department, and just 6 years later, she brought her desire to make a difference to the political arena. She was the youngest person ever elected to the San Fernando City Council in 1999 at the age of 25, and the youngest woman elected to the California State Legislature at the age of 28 in 2002. 2 years later, she chaired the powerful Assembly Rules Committee, becoming the youngest person, first Latina, and first Democrat woman to hold that post. In the Assembly, Montanez made national headlines in 2005 for authoring AB 68, the Car Buyer's Bill of Rights, a consumer protection bill that was among the first of its kind in the nation. After leaving Sacramento, she became an assistant general manager to the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, playing a crucial role in pushing the agencies to use cleaner energy and create better waste capture methods. Montanez became the CEO of Tree People in 2016, making her one of the few Latinas in charge of a large U.S.-based environmental nonprofit. She used the connections as a CEO to convince the Assembly last year to pass a $150 million bill to help schools combat climate change with more trees, shade structures, and gardens. In the weeks leading up to her death, she was lauded for her many important contributions. The California legislature declared her birthday, January 19th, to be Cindy Montanez Day. In the San Fernando and LA City Councils renamed Cindy Montanez Natural Park, the arena around the Pacoima Wash, which Montanez had long advocated as green space. And last week, the Los Angeles Unified School District voted to rename Gridley Street Elementary in San Fernando in honor of Montanez. Montanez is survived by her parents, Margarita and Manuel Montanez, along with siblings Maribel, Miguel, Robert, and Isabel, and Norma. She will be sorely missed, and I know my vice chair had also a strong connection with Cindy. So let me turn it to my vice chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate your comments on both of these really trailblazing women. And I have nothing further to add in terms of Cindy, but I would be happy to generate a letter to her family to let her know that we're standing adjourned today in her memory. And it's a real loss for her community and all of California. To the very end, she was still far thinking and generating ideas, talking about what could be done to make life better for Californians. And it's a real lesson to all of us that we have to go out and get the most out of life. I've always kind of made a policy of trying to get mentors who are younger than me, and I'm thankful that I did, that I was able to get her ideas and to talk with her. And she talked about you and about your record and your mentorship just in the last couple of weeks before she passed away, Mr. Chair. So I'm thankful that you're bringing her name forward, as well as the Assembly and so many local bodies bringing her name forward in a powerful way, and always linked with the environment that should be a benefit for all Californians in every single part of California, of all ages, of all statuses. And so thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing her up today.
No, thank you. And I was blessed, as a mentor, not only for Cindy, but at the same time I had her as one of my mentees. I also had Alex Padilla, who was just a young graduate out of MIT, and now look at him, he's the U.S. Senator, one of our U.S. Senators. But, I mean, it's just a shame to see a young mind like that go so early. Member Gaines.
Yeah, just amazed at how much she got done. She passed away at age 49, am I correct? So it just speaks to the fact that we're a mere mist here on Earth. You know, we have a certain period of time, and let's make sure that we're as effective as we can be in that time that we've been given. So I'm so sad to hear about the loss, but so impressed at what she did in the years that she had here. So thank you.
Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you for bringing such an important icon up to, and may she rest in peace. And my love on behalf of the Controller to her and her entire family. When I was reading up on her and her record, I believe she was elected to the Assembly at 28 years old. 28 years old, and she passed away, unfortunately, before the age of 50 to cancer. So I'm just incredibly sad, and everything she stood for, and when it came to helping families and the environment. And it's just a really, really sad day, and it is, Senator Gaines, it is just a reminder to always cherish life and the beauty it is that comes with it, because we just never know when our day is our time's up either. So thank you both for bringing that up, and may she rest in peace.
Thank you. Seeing no other adjournments, we'll adjourn this meeting at 3:57, and we will reconvene on November the 14th and 15th of 2023 at 10 a.m. Thank you.